comment at the end of the draft agenda, but we are going to go ahead and start with draft agenda. We have a couple of board members who will be here a little later. So let me get my paper. Charlotte, I will begin with you. What items would you like to pull today?
I would like to pull number 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, 11, 12, 30, and 31.
Vice Chair Jones.
Yes, ma'am. 5, 6, 11.
Board Member Willie, I know you just got here and they're getting settled, but could you share with us what items you'd like to discuss?
Yeah. One. I have a quick question about like 19 through 23, but it's a little.
Okay.
And then and 31.
Did you say 31? We will go ahead and start. She was not able to call in right at 9 from my conversation with her last night.
Don't have any
And in my conversation with her yesterday, she was more interested in the board workshop than the draft agenda. And my conversation with her is that if she had questions, she would email the superintendent. Because she said she was going to call you with that information.
She did not,
Okay.
so I don't have anything to add about that.
Okay, yeah, so my conversation with her was that the phoning in was more interested in the topics for the workshop. So number 1 is district assessment calendar. Board Member Willie.
For the district assessment calendar, I know we've had, when SAT information came up, we talked about the changes or differences in the district calendar. So as we're thinking about this calendar moving forward, like I know there's some information about the change over time. So can we talk about the change over time? And there's the explanation of when you talk about district assessments, 240, 18,000 on page 17, and going down the district assessment list, what is that? Is that like, that's actual numbers of tests? So just trying to get an explanation on that.
Through the chair, may I have Mr. Corey Wright address this particular item?
Sure. Good morning.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I'd like to introduce Mr. Corey Wright. He is the new Assistant Superintendent of Reeston. Thank you.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Congratulations.
So the district assessments, those numbers you're referencing are total minutes.
Total minutes, okay.
And that's how we ended up calculating the percentage. We took the total minutes, total instructional minutes over the course of the year and calculated out the percentages.
That's helpful. So it was pretty flat from like.
Correct. The biggest change from last year to this year, though, we were able to cut the DAR assessment, and then we changed the progress monitoring assessments. Last year we had just a mid-year assessment that assessed all standards covered throughout the entire year to give kind of a mock assessment and progress monitoring towards leading up to the spring assessments. But for 1920, that mid-year assessment was broken up so that we have now quarterly progress monitoring assessments that will only assess the items that were covered. And so that allowed for some of the minor changes in time. Really the only increase was 7th grade, the way the civics assessment had to be written and broken up. It had a lot of standards. So breaking that mid-year assessment up over those 3 caused a slight increase in time.
That makes sense. So with the percentage of instructional time, that's based on like 180 days at a certain amount.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that was my question about the difference. Thank you.
Does any other board member have a question on number one? Councilmember Anderson had just started on the agenda. Are there any items that you would like to pull?
I looked at Ms. Chastain, and it looks like the only additional I have are 24 and 25.
Thank you, but did you have all the other ones? I just don't want that following.
Yes, everything else is covered.
All right. So you wanted all of board member Joyce's and all of board member Willie's, you wanted to, any other questions?
Yes, there were some there. One, which I just heard you talking about. 3, 4, 5, 9, and 11.
I just want to be sure that you're able to weigh in. We are on to number 2, which is advanced annual dues, and board member Joyce, you had questions?
Through the chair to Dr. Green, could you just explain this process? And then I have the relevance of this, why we do this, and then have some questions about the funding.
Through the chair to board member Joyce and the board, Advanced Ed is our accrediting agency. We, as a school district, choose to have the entire district accredited. So when we this past year, prior to, most of the work was done prior to the November election, we went through our accrediting process. Dr. Krisner was the lead for the school district, and people from around the country, they develop a team, and that team comes in and evaluates what the district is doing. They look at grades K through 12, and they come in, they've interviewed board members, they interview community members, they interview school personnel, teachers, PTA, other entities about how well is the school district meeting sort of the accreditation standards. And at the end, we have a exit interview where they kind of highlight, this is what we saw during these 3 days while we were here. They highlight our strengths, they highlight areas that they said, these are possible areas that you need to review to see if you can strengthen these areas. And then probably 30 to 40 days later, we get a final report. And that report gives us a score. I believe, and Dr. Krisner can correct me, I think this year we received one of our highest scores ever in the accreditation process. But part of being in this accreditation is a yearly process that is more of a report-driven type relationship. They're not coming to the school district. It's more, and since Dr. Krisner is the lead, it's more communication between looking at our objectives. And I'll just throw one out. I think they said an area that we could improve in is differentiated instruction. So we looked at that, and then we look at many things. Our strategic plan, what are we actually doing in the classroom to determine how do we address that area. And that's how the process generally works.
So I'm assuming, based on that explanation, when we look at the cost each year, last year it was significantly higher than the year before, and that's because they were actually coming to the district in previous years. Otherwise it's just reports.
Yes, what they call maintenance.
Maintenance. And so, why are we, this proposed 1920, if it's maintenance, why is it so significantly different than the previous years when we were just maintenance?
I believe their fee structure has changed, and Dr. Krisner can give more information if there's something beyond. I think their fee structure changed.
They went from $900 per school to $1,200 per school. And they've steadily been increasing their prices, their fees per school. And they say it's because we now get their digital tools. And so having access to those digital tools fee structure change. They've recently merged with Performance Matters. Measured Progress. And so they're undergoing a number of changes, but that's one of the changes was the increase in fee per school.
And is this something that we can, is there other companies that we could bid this out? Or, you know, if it continues to go up and go up, is there competition that we could look to?
There is no competition. I actually looked when I saw the invoice come in this year, and there is no competition. There's no other accrediting agency for K through 12 public schools in this region. There are other regional organizations, but they don't cover Florida.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Board Member Anderson, you had a question on this as well.
None on item 2.
Oh, I'll put you down for 2.
Okay.
So that's agreed. Oh, it is 3. I looked at it wrong. Sorry about that. Yesterday was a long day. It's been a long time. All right, we are on to,
One question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Through the chair, Dr. Green. I noticed our score went from 271 in 2013 to 339, which is a significant increase. I think we all should be applauding that. But what's the maximum score for IEQ?
339. Oh. I forgot. I know.
So they don't give you the maximum score. They do say that 275 and above is the highest level.
Okay.
So they don't tell you what it goes up to. But we were pleased that we improved so significantly.
Yeah, thanks to your work.
Well, no, it was truly a collaboration. They can't give it based upon one person's work. So
Thank you.
it's a group effort.
So we are on to number 3, public hearing of vote for modifications to the 2019-2020 student progression plan. Board Member Joyce.
I really just wanted to know where the progression plan, you know, where can we find this progression plan and review it? So through the chair to Dr. Green. There's not a copy of it in this agenda, so I just wanted to be able to go through and read that. Where we look at that.
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, we'll just email it.
Okay.
That make it easier. It's like go to this. We'll just email it.
That's all.
Board Member Anderson.
I just wanted to learn more about this review process. I saw that it says to conduct a public hearing on the revisions to the progression plan, and since this is the first time I'm going through this, what does that process generally look like? How can I provide feedback? That sort of thing.
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson. This process actually starts with a committee. There is a district committee of whether district level individuals, school-based individuals that, one, they go through the laws that impact the student progression plan, which basically that document describes how a student should matriculate through Duval County Public Schools from the time they enter to the time they graduate. And anything that state statute comes down and has the opportunity to impact that student progression plan, that committee takes that information and puts it in the student progression plan. Or it may be something has happened in the district that we need to review. Some procedure that we may be doing is having a negative impact on a lot of students, and we need to see, should we continue doing that procedure? That committee vets that information and makes the determination, yes, we need to change the student progression plan, or no, keep it as is. And so what we are required to have a public hearing on it, and like all public hearings, it must be posted for 28 days. And then at that hearing, people can come and address the student progression plan. But if this item, I believe we're also going to talk about it in more, I'm looking at my sheet. What?
The next.
Okay, the next one, yes, the code of conduct and all that, we'll speak more in depth. the committee, again, makes recommendations, and when you see the student progression plan, anything that's been changed, it's usually strike through if you're taking it out, and usually the bold or a different color for things that are being added. Yes.
And so when would this public hearing take place? What are we voting on in this agenda?
This item is being voted on.
Just to allow the public.
Allow the public hearing that says that we're asking for a public hearing, and then the next one, the code of conduct.
If I may, I am confused, Madam Chairman, about, and I just noticed this, I'm sorry, in the recommendation. The first paragraph says conduct a public hearing, I get that. But the next paragraph says that subsequent to the public hearing, that the board, do you mean that at this meeting?
That we will
Approve it? Because it almost
Yeah, I
sounds
didn't
like
think
it's gonna
that
be a
was-
bring back, it's a little awkward the way Peterson is saying.
Yeah, I understand.
Through the chair to the board, so I understand what Ms. Chastain is saying. That has not been the past practice. The past practice has been review of the information at workshop, a public hearing, and vote
That night.
that night on the board meeting.
Can we change the title to public hearing and vote? And then maybe,
That's what it says.
no, the title.
It does say
It
that.
says public hearing instead of the title. Number 3.
Oh, you know what, I'm in the wrong, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yeah, so. Pull that
Yeah, I
back
was
for
in the
number
wrong
four.
one.
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
looking at student code of conduct.
Okay.
So I was looking at them.
Well, and I had them personally pulled for the same.
I apologize,
question
I'm
process.
actually ahead, so it could be then, when we get to number 4, we need to,
Change that. language.
yeah, but to align, so it
So-
says the same thing, I apologize.
And board member, and this is my first one, and see, I do it a little bit differently, and so here I'm talking what I know, but, in my former life, we would bring it to say, we're asking for a public hearing, then people could give input, and then we would have, but.
So I
this
don't
one's a
need
little
to
bit-
know everything that's on page 8, 9, 10, 11, 48, 49. I don't need to know that before I vote on this. We're
Well, you're
gonna
gonna-
go over that.
Yeah, you're going to get that, as I was asked, we will email that to you.
But I'm not approving that in the July meeting.
I'm gonna
Through the chair to the board. That would be the expectation unless there are additional revisions. Mr. Wright is prepared to go over those changes today. So he has a summary to walk the board through what those changes are. If it is more helpful to have a copy of those summarized changes, as Mr. Wright goes through them, we're happy to make a copy of those summaries if we can come back to this item at the end of agenda review. But he is prepared to go over those changes. Yes, ma'am.
May I make a suggestion to the chair and the board? We have a meeting on the 24th that we'll email you this and then put that item on the meeting for the 24th so that you have, and then we can have something in form.
That sounds good, and then as it's emailed, there's time between now and the 24th to review it, read it, absorb it, and do that is fine. I appreciate that, thank you. So we're on to the number 4, public hearing and approval of revisions to the 2019-2020 Code of Student Conduct. And before we go any further, Ms. Chastain, you would like to add and vote in there somewhere?
Yes, Madam Chairman, and I apologize for my confusion, but
That's fine.
I'm now on the right topic. In the title, it says public hearing and vote, and that will align with how you.
And vote versus approval.
Colon, revisions to these, so you would delete and approval of, or you can leave it, but in other words, let's add the vote as the action item in the title.
Vote and semicolon.
Yeah, and I think the administration can smooth that over. And then in the second recommendation, this was the language that was throwing me. I think if it were revised to match the second recommendation in item 3, so that it would say that the Duval County School 2020 code student conduct, so that it's clear that, you know, that,
Right.
yes, the sequence and the completion of the action should be done that way.
Okay. Everybody understand that? Give me that correction for the agenda.
Yeah, you can look at things a million times and then you forget it one time and you're like, oh, what does it say that way?
Let's see, we're on number 4, and, board member Anderson, you did have a question.
I was just wondering, I was looking at page 201 at the previous outcomes, and we have data there from as recently as 2016, 2017, but I was wondering if we had data from 2017, 2018, to look at these statistics. Or if there's been a significant change.
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Mr. Simmons.
Couldn't hear you.
In the student code of conduct, we have statistics here with summary from ATOS, ISSP, discipline infractions, restorative practices, but the data ends at 2016, 2017. Maybe you could, so this is an email with 2017, 2018?
Through the chair, Board Member Anderson, certainly we'll be more than happy to accommodate the 2017-2018 data. It is per state statute, we're preparing for assessor outcomes, so we wanted to make sure that the data was clean prior to submitting it to you, but certainly we're able to do that.
Just as recently as possible would be great.
Board member Joyce, you have a question about number 4 as well?
Yeah, it's the same, question as number 3, that I wanted to be able to see the student progression plan, and the changes that were made, and I would like to also see the complete document for the code of conduct and the changes that are being recommended for
Yeah,
that.
we have a workshop following this that says student code of conduct, so hopefully your questions will be answered.
Okay, that's good.
Now we're on number 8. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. I'm sorry, we are number 5. Number 5, approval of the turnaround school supplemental services allocation plan, Vice Chair Jones.
Thank you to the chair. I agree. This is a, like I said, a new program, and I was wondering how many, do we know at this point, how many schools will be eligible in the district? And will funding be available at the beginning of this coming school year?
Through the chair to Board Member Jones, no, we do not know the number of schools because we need school breaks to come out. This was a new statute, a new categorical that was added this year, but there is a requirement of an August 1st due date. So we had to draft this prior, we hope we'll have scores before this board, but if we didn't at least get it on the board agenda, we would have a opportunity to not have our plan in by August 1st. And it's been made very clear that we need to have it in by August 1st. So we at least started with the information and putting this together. This, and Dr. Prisoner, correct me if I'm wrong, we may actually be adding this information within that 7-day period that we actually post the agenda, because the state has a requirement to release scores by June 30th, and that's just scores. That's not school grades. And we could probably work through the information and figure it out, but that would be our determination, not from the state of Florida. And it's my understanding that they expect to have that information 2 weeks after the scores have been released. So we're talking in the middle of July for the official list of schools that would qualify for this. And if the plan is due August 1st, we start school on August 11th. My guess is the funding will not be available to be used immediately, but hopefully between August and September.
Are we gonna tailor the various strategies to various schools, or are we gonna use the same?
we're writing a district plan for the schools, and that some strategies would be, we are looking at the totality of those schools and ensuring that whatever we're writing in that plan is going to be supportive of all the schools that are listed.
Thank you.
Board member Anderson, one question for Bob as well.
Sure, thank you. I was looking at the 7 areas that should be addressed in the plan, and I was just hoping for a little bit more information. It sounds like we are still developing what this is going to look like. So I certainly respect your operational strategy for getting all of that information together and don't want to stymie the process. I understand the weight of this particular document at this time. But once we have that together, I'd certainly like to take a look at it.
Did you indicate that the written copy is available within 7 days prior to the?
It would be within that 7. If we don't get scores until June 28th, and our board meeting, we probably could not give you a list at the board because this is our determination. This isn't officially from the state of Florida, and I would not want the board voting on something that wasn't officially put out there that these are the schools that have these school grades.
But just to clarify, state statute from 2019 has said that we need to do these things.
That is correct.
And it has to be effective August 1.
That
So
is-
we have to begin to have things in place in order to comply with state statute.
That is correct.
Before we have to do that throughout the state.
This was brought up at our FADS meeting. All the districts have said, you do know that we're not getting this before, and the expectation is to have this turned into the Department of Education by August 1.
A lot of these things, I mean, it seems like establish comprehensive support services, develop family and community partnerships. I mean, those are things that I'm sure we can put that plan together
Yes.
without knowing which schools will fall into turnaround status. And so I think for me, it was what does this plan look like? Less about exactly which schools it will be, but how will we address these needs no matter what school it is. It's kind of my thought process. There are some specific things in here that tend to be in my wheelhouse personally. So I would like to just have more information about the approach for addressing these items. If there's a draft or anything in place to take a look at.
This is our draft. That kind of has it in place because, again, the concern we have is that we don't know which schools qualify for this. And the goal is, the reason because it's such a short turnaround, that's why we are doing a district turnaround model versus trying to do school by school, because you really don't have 2 weeks, really is not enough time to do that.
Well, and sometimes too, Dr. Green, don't you have to write language in ways that are more broad so that you can go specific? Because if we write language that's specific, it then becomes restrictive. So if it's broad, we can go specific, but it's very difficult to go from specific to broad.
That is
If we
correct.
need to make adaptations, and so that's the reason why the language does not spell everything out. That's correct, right?
That is correct. So, for example, number 7, include a strategy for continuing to provide services after the school is no longer in a turnaround status by achieving a C or higher. Each school, we want to be able to have the flexibility to customize that particular strategy based on the school. A strategy we might use at Long Branch, which I'm listening to, would be very different than what we would use for George Washington Carver, because they're in 2 different places on this spectrum for academic support or how we would determine that strategy for each school. But we are indicating that we have to determine what is that strategy we will continue once they are a C, and so that they have a great opportunity of at least maintaining their C or even be better.
Yeah, I think some of these things we don't necessarily have to overthink too much. I mean, we know that we had really great success with like data and dines, right, at a number of different schools. So when we're looking at number 3, increased parental involvement, engagement in child's education, I mean, that's something that we could do at any school, at every school, whether they're turnaround or not. I mean, so there are practices that I know that we are doing that meet these requests and requirements that I feel like we can get plugged in now before we know the specific list, and then we can tweak it or tailor it. I mean, to your point, kind of having those broad game plan. Let's have a broad game plan, and we can strike or add once we know what comes out. But obviously, this has to be ready here in a matter of weeks. So some direction, I think, is probably prudent.
Any other questions on number 5?
I have a quick question, through the chair. Where, as far as I know schools went through the budget process, what did they know about this? Are they counting on this, not aware of it, or are they already starting to think about the plan? Because my thought is, folks are already doing pretty much all of this, so then if we get money, it's like you can do more of it. So is that accurate, right, wrong?
Well, I would say the schools are just not knowledgeable about it in intimate detail, because
Right.
this just came down as a new categorical to the district.
Right.
But we know what strategies we are using currently that is very positive and has the potential to be even more successful. So let's just use the data and dine example. Most schools can only do it once.
Yeah.
Now we might be able to do it every 9 weeks with this funding, so that you can have data and dine every quarter, so that parents are engaged in their child's education and not just this once a year event. Because many times we're having it late and it's a challenge to how do we go back and enhance or correct.
I think one thing I appreciate about this plan is it talks about the 2 years additional to assist, and I think that's been one of the bigger issues, is making sure we can maintain some of those resources. And so we set a preliminary allocation is set for 2, 3, 6, 5, 3, 10. That's the number that we came up with, right?
No, that's the number that was given to us. That's not, we didn't come up with that number. That is in the categorical.
So that's based on what we.
Is there somebody? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That is based on some calculation. The Department of Education said this is the number. It's much like school grade money. They give us a number, but that doesn't mean that that's what it's actually going to be. They're basing it. I'm going to make a educational guess.
Right.
They're looking at the trends of this is how the district is going to go, and we think X amount of schools are going to qualify. Therefore, that's the number we receive. So that's not our.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions before we go on to number 6? Vice Chair Jones, number 6, approve the agreement with adopting interpreting services.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I guess, see, we have an estimated budget of $96,000 for this school year. Do we have an idea of what we're looking? Do we have a estimated figure for 2019, 2020? And follow, does that figure change if the 3 positions that are vacant were filled? I see they have 3 vacancies.
To the chair, to board member Jones, if you see our financial impact at the top of page 328 was that the expenditures will not exceed $105,000, and that figure is coming based on the estimates over time. But Mr. Davis is behind me. Mason, you are behind me.
Through the chair to board member Jones, if we fill one of those vacancies, that money would be transferred from the contract to that district position.
So it wouldn't necessarily be a reduction in the cost, it just
It would be,
move from the contract to the position.
yes, sir, correct. It would be a reduced cost for the contract, but we would still have to fund the position.
So there's no real savings by filling those positions.
That depends on the salary the person's hired at.
Any other questions on?
I have a quick one through the chair. When we talk about piggybacking a contract with St. John's, how does that work exactly? And is that saving us money? I'm assuming. I'm hoping.
To the chair, to Board Member Willie, yes. The school district does a lot of piggybacking, and other districts, we piggyback for the cost savings. This contract is getting the most cost savings, so therefore we're going to piggyback on that particular contract.
And is it like we go halvesies on it? Or
Yeah.
or we need more than they do? Like, how does that work?
No, we don't go I wish we did go halves, to be honest, but we don't. When I say piggyback, we get the same pricing.
Got it, okay.
So they got this great price.
Yeah,
and
we
our
piggyback on
state-
the rate.
Yes, we're
Got it.
piggybacking on the rate, and Ms. Justin
Yeah,
have some additional.
Yeah, just through the chair, it's one method of procurement where a different agency implements the competitive process. In this case, an invitation to bid or an RFP, I can't remember which. And another agency can use that procurement. So it's the terms, conditions, pricing, and with that vendor. So people piggyback on our contracts as well.
Thank you.
Sometimes called an administrative award.
Administrative award.
Instead of the technical term piggyback.
Correct. Or halvesies.
We're on to number 8. If there are no further questions, Board Member Joyce, you had approval for the purchase of supplemental reading materials for level literacy intervention.
So through the chair to Dr. Green, in the description, it says that the intensive reading intervention in grades K through 2 for non-Title I schools and grades 3 through 5 for Title I schools. So I'm curious, I guess my question is, why would we not use it for K through 2 Title I schools as well? I mean, why is there a difference there?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, because we're using something different in the Title I schools for K through 2. That's even probably more intensive than LLI.
Okay. And then, so this is a new, something the district hasn't done before. This is a new supplemental reading
That is correct.
program. And is this funding coming out of the, when we had the board workshop before, the new FTE funding, I think we were getting an additional $74 per student. Is this money, and when you presented where we were gonna allocate that money, the new money from, the increase, is that?
Yes, it was on that slide.
It was on that slide.
Yes, this was one of the areas that, one, would like to express that support for all schools. Many times, most of our struggling students is coming out of federal dollars, so it's mostly for Title I schools. The desire was to ensure that through those supplemental dollars at the state level that we receive, that we are supporting all students who may be struggling with reading, and we have every single elementary school with a supplemental intervention program.
Well, I would just like to add that previous boards have discussed emphasis on literacy as well, and there was concerns previously by some curriculum that had been approved before about, and we ended up supplementing with phonics and some other things, and there was a real concern to get books in hands for students with reading. And then we had the ruling from the state that said this year that we could not change curriculum, and I don't want to speak for the superintendent, but my understanding from this would be that this is our way to enhance and improve literacy without, since we were restricted on being able to replace curriculum.
That would be correct.
Sure. I've been out talking to teachers, and I hear a couple of things come up often. And one of the things that they express some frustration about is the revolving door of curriculum, different supplements, and I think what I'm hearing from them is that it takes time and effort to learn a new material set, and to be able to integrate that into their classroom education. And so several people expressed liking Ready Reading, which I believe was some supplement that came as part of iReady, I don't know. And so I guess I'm just wondering again, why are we doing this new thing? How does that impact our teachers? Are they able to really use the supplement? Are they required to use, I don't want to say are they able to, I know that they're able to. Are they required to, and does this create more work for them? So when this rolls out to teachers, what does that look like?
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, first we need to set the background that we are required to do MTSS, multi-tiered support, and prior to my coming here, our main support was Duval Reads. And we did not really have a tiered, and people are behind me, so I can't see somebody like face crunching up. Really a truly defined, here's our multi-tiered support system. So if Duval Reads is our core, that is what should be level 1. It's our core instruction and how we're supporting students. So level 2, all students didn't get that and for some reason they're still struggling. What's the next thing we should do to support students? And so we still have Ready Read, which is actually a support to the level 1, to Duval Reads and then the Ready Read curriculum. Level 2, for many students, it might be iReady. That's your level 2 support. You're getting other things through that particular support. Well, level 3, that's the most, what is that? It can't be iReady. I'm sorry, you're not going to have a computer till that's going to be your strongest support. So LLI is that opportunity to provide that. Here is this really strong support for students who are struggling with literacy. So this was to help create this truly defined multi-tiered level of support.
And previously, when you were referencing differentiated instruction, having a variety of multi-tiered supports really allows teachers to have a library of resources to pull from.
So every teacher may not be teaching this. It's really going to be dependent upon how that school is set up. What would happen at Atlantic Beach would not be the same thing happening at possibly Crown Point.
Sure.
Because it's based on what students truly need this intervention to help them. And so I know that I have Mr. Davis and Mr. Green here. They have already started training with the principals, and then training with the teachers. And so if Mr. Green would like to talk a little bit about how that's rolling out.
Through the chair, Board Member Anderson, I think it's important to note that what we're engaging in is a more diagnostic, prescriptive approach to addressing reading needs, as opposed to one size fits all. And so what these programs will do, they will allow us to very early on, because you hear a lot about early interventions, and so now we're we're increasing and we're being more strategic in terms of addressing the needs of kids early on. So when they enter kindergarten, we're going to diagnose what their needs are. And we're not going to assume that they're ready to receive instruction around what symbol, what sound. And if they don't, then we'll provide them with the appropriate. And so the materials that we're purchasing, the curriculum that we're purchasing will allow that. We're putting the right tools in teachers' hands so that they can address the needs of all kids. And even at some of our schools that are higher performing, our A schools, there are kids that are struggling readers. And so that differentiation that you mentioned, we now have that. And so that was probably one of the gaps that we needed to fill in, because we do have a strong, and teachers do need time. And so we're not only providing them with initial training, they have ongoing training. We built in the side-by-side coaching, so they have access to professional consultants that will come in. They will do side-by-side coaching as well as model lessons. And so you have groups of teachers that will go in at the same time, they'll sit down and watch the consultant do a lesson with their kids. And then they'll meet with them, plan with them, and give them feedback. And so that is built into our plan. That is part of what Mr. Davis, when we put together the plan for implementing the programs, that was built in. And so they'll see that. And I think we're going to see some growth in our reading scores, because we're going to be better equipped to meet the needs of all kids.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I certainly appreciate the emphasis on doing some training, because I would hate to see us continue to spend money on supplemental materials that sit on a shelf, because teachers aren't, trained or prepared to be able to use the supplement to differentiate appropriately. I'm excited to have the option, the multi-tiered option. I think it'll be important to roll out the communication, very, very similar to what you said, Dr. Green, and really being able to provide that multi-tiered system so that teachers aren't thinking this is just another thing that we're not going to use, or I don't know what it is, or where is this coming from, and why are they wasting money on that, so that they really understand that this is born out of a desire to meet all children's needs and to help the staff, the teacher, have a plethora of resources to be able to meet those needs. So I'm happy to be able to communicate that as I talk to teachers. So thank you for indulging me in the explanation, and I hope that they will understand and see the benefit that an investment like this provides for them. Thank you.
Any more questions before we go to number 9? Number 9 is approval of the purchase of middle school mathematics supplement material, math 180 from, yes, thank you.
Sorry.
And I know Board Member Joyce pulled this, and Dr. Green, before Board Member Joyce asked her question, I remember there was some discussion previously before the governor announced the withdrawal of Common Core, the desire to be able to continue to move students' achievement in math, and we were looking at that time at different math curriculum. So is the supplement then kind of in lieu of our ability to be able to purchase curriculum, or is there a time?
I was going to say through board chair to the board chair. Actually, no.
Okay.
We currently do not have a math curriculum for intensive math. And that is the purpose of this particular curriculum, is for intensive math, students who are struggling in math and have another math course outside of their core math course.
So I was just trying to, I did it yet, but I was trying to connect that dot.
But we are, I think that was, we already put that on the board agenda. You all already voted on a supplemental math because
okay.
we weren't able to purchase a uniform.
Okay.
So this is separate from the supplement we've already approved.
Right.
Yes. This is separate.
I was just thinking it was this similar to, so.
I had this before.
No, you have your question.
So I'm wondering about the new course setup. So I understand that what was happening before is with block scheduling, we're able to double up math. Children will be able to get it daily. 7 the 7-period day has changed that. So this will just be a separate intensive math subject that children will have to be required to have, like an intensive reading.
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, this is for students who, it is a separate course. It's an intensive math course. I'm going to ask Mr. Davis, because I'm reading something about seeing the same math teacher, so I'm going to ask him to give more clarification.
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, this material will be used in the intensive math course. The material is from Houghton Mifflin and is the digital and print supplement to what was approved last month for the supplemental material with Houghton Mifflin for the middle school math that Board Chair Hershey mentioned earlier. This will align directly with that core. The teacher may be the same, it may be different depending on what the school has available and what is available via the schedule, as you mentioned. However, there will be alignment, and there also is co-planning that takes place to make sure that it's aligned so that we are providing the prerequisite skills that are necessary for a kid to master the standard through this course and using this supplemental material.
And so how are students identified to take this course?
Through state data and also through our prescriptive diagnostics at the beginning of the year. So this, Houghton Mifflin also has a diagnostic that the students take at the beginning of the year.
Okay, and so if there's a 7-period day, I may have math, my regular core math class, 2nd period, and then I have intensive math, 7th period. And so I'm going to be getting math twice a day, every day.
Possible, yes. The kids that are in that class, correct.
And it may be a different teacher, but it's going to be a math teacher,
Absolutely.
a certified
Yes, ma'am.
math teacher.
Yeah, absolutely.
I used to teach Read 180 back in the Read 180 days.
We're well beyond that.
Right. And so, but I know that there was a reading, there were reading teachers, and then there were ELA teachers, and so I did a little bit of both, and so I'm wondering whether there's different certification or different requirements. It's just a math teacher.
The state has now corrected what districts were taking advantage of, where the teacher is out of field if they're not teaching their subject area. So it's highly unlikely you will not have an out of field teacher.
Okay, and this is a brand new curriculum that the district has never used before,
That is correct.
and we are doing lots of training on
That is.
it. Back to the training question. I mean,
Yes.
We are, any other questions? We're on to number 11, number, no, that wasn't 11, right? Oh, that was 9, I'm sorry. I've already turned to page 11, and so we're on 11 now. Approval of agreement with Lutheran Services, and for Vice Chair Jones, you pulled this.
Yeah, thank you. The chair, I was real confused. Who does the professional development for the teachers, the Head Start program? Is that our responsibility or?
Through the chair to Board Member Jones, it's their responsibility, but yeah.
Through the chair to Board Member Jones, it is a responsibility of Lutheran Services. However, we do partner with them to assist.
And the HR, I noticed here it says the district to assume human resource functions within, well, it said all employment opportunities of directors of Lutheran Services. How does the employment piece work?
Through the chair, Board Member Jones, we handle all of the operational hiring of the teachers and paraprofessionals in the unit and the evaluations. Here. And Ms. Schultz can add detail to that.
So we do all the hiring, and we hire certified teachers.
That's the market.
Okay. Thank you.
Board Member Joyce, you also wanted to have questions on number 11.
Yeah, I guess I just need some clarification. The salary of those teachers, does that come out of that $2 million? Through the chair to, I guess.
Ms. Schultz.
I'm not sure
where the salary comes from.
Yes, it comes from the 2.2 million.
The salary of the
Yes,
teachers.
but I'll let Mr. Davis.
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, the cost, the amount that you see in the contract that Lutheran Services is paying us, we were initially a little bit in the black, and we're still staying just a little bit in the black based on that number with all the hirings, professional development, and everything. So we're not in the red, so it covers all expenses.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Anderson, I believe had a question on this item as well.
Yeah, I think that early learning is one of those areas where we've been told, when I was told again at our conference last week, is a particular area of interest to our governor. We know that the Board of Education and the legislature will continue to focus on early ed and early learning. And so I was looking at these few spots that are planned Head Start sites. I'm curious whether there's opportunity to grow this program, if we can continue to build on our early learning capacity. I'll start there.
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, the Head Start program of Lutheran Services, they are applying for a federal grant. So that federal grant dictates how many students they can serve.
Okay.
We have, I believe, 3 different versions of early learning. We have Head Start, which is Lutheran Services. We have our own Title I pre-K, where we're using our federal dollars for pre-K classrooms, and then we have VPK, which is through the Early Learning Coalition. So this is just one phase of our pre-K opportunities in the district, but they are contracted through federal Head Start federal, and we partner with them in space and help hiring, and so we play a pivotal role because even they are our students, and they end up coming to our schools.
And so, in the most amicable partnering way possible, why is Lutheran Social Services involved? Is this something that we need them to channel this grant?
Yes.
Okay, as a managing.
They
Yeah.
received the
Entity,
grant,
they get it.
they received it, and they contracted with us. They could have elected to not contract.
Right, that's why I don't mean to in any way say we should not be. I'm very grateful for our partnership. I just was wondering how they work into the puzzle. And do we have opportunity outside of this contract or this partnership with Lutheran for additional Head Start funds?
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, I'm going to say, well, they are generally giving these funds to outside LEAs, right? And LEAs are partnering with these organizations because Dr. Prisoner, was it Episcopal? Episcopal got the 3-year-old. Lutheran applied and didn't get it, so they did not have as many seats as they had in the past because Episcopal got the 3-year-old contract.
And then they manage that with all of their partnering daycare, right? Their Head Start sites.
I believe so. When we're not involved, I may not retain that information.
No, I understand. I have done some work in that space, and so I know that there's a lot of opportunity
But
to.
we are going to share in another part of today's workshop of another opportunity to work with Lutheran Services. But
Okay.
it's you don't see it in this. So.
I know we've had some conversation about how advantageous it is to get in with children early. I would be curious to continue to explore it. Maybe it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with this, but when we're looking at our kindergarten readiness scores, those students coming in, if we can take a look at some data where through the 3 early learning opportunities that we have in our district, what do those scores look like comparatively? to other early learning sites, whether that is private or other Head Start programs, so that we can be really taking a close look at how are we serving that 0 to 5 population, because I do think it's going to be a conversation that continues to come up. And I'd like to be able to have those numbers and all of that information ready to go, especially as we move into legislative session next year. Yeah, just 6 months.
Through the chair, that's what I was going to say too. Is if we're looking at kindergarten readiness, because these scores look pretty good. The scale's out of 100. Is that accurate? The scale. Yeah. It'd be interesting to compare what that looks like. And then I wonder, have we done recently sort of longitudinal data on these students who kindergarten readiness scores and then their grade scores, or like sort of the comparison there to see? Because I think that would be strong information and data to have.
Part of it, yeah.
Right, to have for legislative session, and just even for grants and other things that these folks are going for. If we want to increase the partnership, they're going to need to get more money from federal government. So the best way to do that is show that that data is actually working.
Any other questions or comments? Board Member Swirl, AMI kids, Board Member Joyce,
So this is a brand new pilot program. I am really interested in this. This sounds really exciting to me. So through the chair, Dr. Green, can you sort of just explain what this is going to look like, and maybe what are some of the locations we're considering?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce and the board, this is a contract for approval with AMI Kids to serve 60 middle school boys. Most of us already know about PACE Center for Girls. It is on the same premise, but now this is just for boys. That they want students that have issues, and the goal is to address students that prior to having an incident that would require them to attend one of our alternative schools, whether that's Maddie B or Grand Park. We already have AMI here with the DJJ, but that is for students. I think it's a day treatment. Anybody want to? Yeah, it's a day treatment program. About 3 years ago, they came out with a school version just for boys to deal with their social, emotional, academics, behavior modification. How do we help these young men turn their problem-solving ability around, help them problem solve, help them engage in activities that show them that you can be more than what your current circumstance is at least displaying. We're trying this pilot at Northwestern, and we chose Northwestern, one, because of current issues that we see at Northwestern. This program, they will have their own therapists. They're with these 60 students all the time. I have had previous experience with AMI, this particular program, boys program, and it was so successful in my former district that we would have parents begging, can they stay there? And it's a year-long program, and we would say, no. we need to, the goal was to help you deal with being in traditional schools, or to try to support them in a very strong way. So we'd like to pilot it with 60. Their goal is to have 100 boys, that they would work with middle school boys. And our goal would be that this wouldn't just be for Northwestern, this would be for us being able to identify 100 young males in middle school, because they only work with, that is their designated grade span. They only want middle school to help support them, because we know the middle school years is like the abyss of all the emotions that they go through. And somehow they come out in 9th grade more back to.
We all made it. We all made it
yes.
through.
Well,
How we made it.
parents. I wasn't sure I was going to make it as a parent through middle school, but we did.
So what you're saying is one day it'll be in all middle school, right?
Well, one day, all middle schools will be able to send students to that,
To
to a
that.
location.
Okay.
It is designed to be they don't want to be separate. They like to be embedded in a school. Though these 60 students, their interaction is actually minimal with the others, but it cuts down services. If you still want they're on a campus that already has a school safety officer. They're on a campus that already has cafeteria. Those things you're now not picking up that cost. So it's not about them interacting with other students. It's about these services are already there and we don't have to challenge that.
Board Member Jones, I think you had a question.
No, I think most of my questions been answered. I visited AMI kids on the beach, and that was for kids who had been, I guess, in the juvenile system as day treatment.
Yes.
And this is for kids who have not been.
Our goal is they maybe their track record may show that if something doesn't happen or intervene that they could, and so it's more being proactive. These students do have behavior or discipline evidence that if we don't intervene now, they may be going down.
I think that's an excellent program. A lot of the kids that we see at the promotional hearings, you can see the track record. You can see it, 30, 40 student code of conduct about that. So I think this is a good way. Thank you.
Board Member, she had a question, so okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have a question?
I do.
They said you could go.
Okay. And I have a couple questions. One, I'm trying to look back over this, but I'm not seeing any information, I don't think, unless I'm missing it, about how students would be selected to be in the program. I'm also thinking of programs like Pride that we have in the district that are designated for ESC, and but specifically that EBD label. And so would these students be different from that? I'm wondering, how are we going to make sure that we're making sure that students are eligible and getting the services they need, and then also how do we get something like this, if perhaps it's very effective, can we look at mirroring some of the practices with students that we know are already struggling or in these circumstances with emotional and behavioral problems?
This is, I talked about MTSS.
Mhm.
This is another tier. This would not be for Pride. This is, and for this pilot year, it's only students from Northwestern.
Right.
And it's based on their discipline, their discipline record.
So we're just looking at infractions, type of infractions, number of infractions?
Both, type and number. You could have a type that, you may not have
Gets
a
you.
lot get you there, but
Right.
number, and it could be also a number. The goal, again, this year is to support Northwestern. And that principal and staff would know best who are the 60 young men that could truly benefit. But
ESC students would be eligible for this?
they are eligible, but this is not, Pride, this is not like we're for Pride. This would be more of that intermediate step.
That would be great. I would love to have an intermediate step for
So-
more children, for sure, before we get to that place. I just wanted to make sure that there was nothing precluding an ESC student from being involved in this, or that we weren't, and that we were able to perhaps look at identifying whether there needs to have ESC needs met among these students, and maybe there's a disability that's playing a role in their infraction.
Does not preclude ESC students from entering this program. But this first year, they would have to Northwestern.
Gotcha.
Because that's what it desired. If we are truly satisfied, then the goal is to open it up for other students. But it will always, the way you get your ticket get into entering, it's about discipline. So it would be training with the deans or whoever manages discipline on a particular campus that here's a young man that they don't also have to be, we see something here and things aren't just working. So here's an option.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, as a parent, this program may help you with your son in middle school who seems to be struggling, and maybe they're struggling because they might have some other issue happening, but it's manifesting in school, and
It's getting in the way.
it's getting in the way. So now here's a much smaller environment that has, like I said, if you see, they have a case manager, a behavior interventionist that can possibly deal with some outside issues that are affecting this child being successful. And the goal is that you're 1 year, and then hopefully they can go back, and whether they're back to their traditional or some other school, and be successful. As I said, my experience with the program, they've had minimal students have ever returned because of some issue. Many of them, if they're there, their parents are begging, can they stay? And maybe so. They ended up having waiting lists for people that they were trying to get into the program.
Board Member Joyce, you had another question?
I'm so happy about this. So this is just such a great program, and thank you for bringing it to this district, Dr. Green. But I'm curious. So it's a year to get these children classroom ready to go back into the classroom. But how does it work inside the classroom? Who's facilitating the learning? Is it a district teacher? Is it someone? Okay.
AMI kids.
Okay. All right.
They will hire. We're unlike Lutheran Church, we're not involved in their hiring. That we've contracted with them. They hire their own people. If you want to go see, there's one in Pinellas County. There's one in Manatee. There's many other counties that you can actually. I think there's one in Clay County. There's one in Clay County that you can actually go when school starts, see an AMI program in the works, and what they do. You know, the one that I've had experience. Those students, they maintained a garden. They just did vocational skills with them, and supporting those young men, young boys.
I'd love to really study this closely and be able to take some practices for other schools and their students, especially if we're talking about a multi-tiered system, and we're only offering this intermediate tier at this moment to 60 boys at Northwestern. Where do we get that intermediate level for all the rest of our students? And hopefully keep them out necessarily. And I think a lot of times our students are being labeled with ESD designations that maybe they don't necessarily need, because people are saying, well, I don't know what to do with them. They must have this disorder. And we know that there's a disproportionate ESD thing happening, because when we could be doing some other interventions. So I'm really excited about it too. I'd like to look at this very closely this year.
That's a quick question. Yeah, through the chair. You talked about selection, but is it a we recommend this and you can say I don't want to do it, or is this a forced sort of situation? That's my first question.
For Northwestern, this it always is we recommend, but they also may have another recommendation. So we recommend this for you as one of our options, but if you don't want this option, then we have another option for you. So yes, they do have to volunteer to. We can't say, here's your placement. You know, a parent has to agree to the placement.
Got it. And if a parent hears about it and says, I want my student to be in it,
they can go to their administrator and can, yes. It doesn't, the general method of it's based on discipline and something that could be a continuation at a school, but it still hasn't reached the level that we would, or it may be getting to that level to recommend Mattie D or Grand Park, and that administration would have the opportunity to say, however, here's another option for your son that we believe is more going to be that would help address some of the issues.
Because I just think about it, I don't know what the scale is in other places, but it gets to the point where parents are starting they want to curb things before it happens, and I wonder if this becomes a piece of choice, the choice program where folks are like, actually, this is where I want my student to go based on what I know about them or what I see them getting ready to get into. So that's just a thought. The other question I do have is, I know one of the things that happens with a lot of these programs is what happens with those students. It becomes those students' grades become a part of the grades of the school. Is that going to be the same?
Yes.
Same case.
Same
Okay.
case.
All right.
That is why they recommend it. That's why it's a year.
Yeah.
The recommendation is 1 year. The goal is to develop those skills inside the student, but they don't need to be in. The goal is for them not to stay there. The goal
Right.
is, let me help you understand your environment, your situation. Let me give you skills on how to deal with what you're dealing with, and at the same time have some high expectations for academics. They do a lot of, and it says behavior modification. I have just seen what they do with and a lot of it is about who they hire. They truly try to match their hiring with the demographics. They try to have more men being the teacher, even though there are females. Their goal is, what better way to teach a young man how to be a man than being in front of a positive male?
Yeah.
So for them, that's what their focus is, but the goal is not to stay there. Let's get things straightened out, and you could be able to go back and be.
I'm thrilled to approve this, so I'm excited to see it.
Thank you, Dr. Green, for bringing this. So, I'm excited, we're skipping to 19.
Justine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Justine.
A couple of things on the agenda items. So it sounds like if Northwestern has been identified, maybe the description can be updated to.
We will.
Thank you. And it's missing in the recommendation, that standard second paragraph, that the Duval County School Board authorize the chairman or vice chairman and the superintendent to execute the agreement upon full approval by the Office of General Counsel. I said that quickly, but that's, when there's a contract, we add that.
Okay,
Second paragraph.
Correct. All right, so now we're going all the way to 19. Board member Willie, you had questions about 19 through 23. I got the impression it was a collective question, or they
It is,
Okay.
this is probably our first cycle going through sort of the employee transaction. Can you just explain a little, like, how does the process work, and is this the normal timing, that kind of piece?
Through the chair to board member Willie, this is also my first time going through.
All right,
So,
together.
yes, it is a process. It's not but I'm going to ask Chief of HR, Ms. Vicki Schultz, but this is the normal process.
Right.
This is the timeline.
So, through the chair to board member Willie, reappointment is based on the supervisor making a recommendation. However, there is a process with evaluations where people who are on an annual contract receive observations or feedback throughout the year. So we'll post the list of those individuals who are on annual contract to be reappointed at this meeting.
So this is, through the chair, this is what's connected to when the list come out, non-reappoint. This is one, okay. Got it.
Are there any other questions on 19 through 23?
When will the list, through the chair, Dr. Green, when will the list be posted?
I think I know the answer, but
Thursday.
Thursday.
Do you have any other questions?
Next week.
So do we have, I know this is also a time when we have the reappoint, non-reappoint list where we start to get clear on numbers for next year. So are you already planning, do you already kind of know what numbers are out there as far as folks who are going to be non-reappoint? And is that already calculated when we think about our vacancies as we move forward.
It's very close to what it was last year. So, I don't know if you want it
What-
by employee group or,
Say that again.
so are you asking like teachers specifically or?
Right. Yeah, mostly teachers specifically.
So teachers is only off by about 10, I believe, I think we're 10 more.
And what was that number?
I wanna say it was 45. I can double check that and get back to you.
Any other questions between 19 and 23?
Through the chair, next Thursday. I didn't want anybody thinking it should come up.
Yeah.
Next week.
And that's, at least for my time on the board, that's a typical time. Board member Anderson, are 24 and 25 together for you, or are they separate?
On theirs.
Okay, so we're on 24, board member Anderson, reapproval of minimum qualifications director partnership and community outreach.
This is an area of particular interest to me, and so I'm just curious about the position, how it's different than the community family staff that we have in place now, and what their duties and responsibilities might look like.
Through the chair to board member Anderson, this position is in that same department through the community and family engagement. This position is picking up more responsibilities. It's a position we feel that that we need to have more engagement, so the person will just pick up more.
So will this be an additional staff person, or just a change in like
More of a
title?
change.
Okay, so we maybe got someone identified that will help do this,
Yes.
this role. Okay.
Any other questions on 24? We are on to 25, employee retirement incentive plan. Board member Anderson pulled this.
I was just looking for some more information about really the impact that this will have on our staff people that maybe are anticipating these benefits that will no longer be eligible. What is that? What is that gonna look like? Who's gonna call me?
Through the chair to board member Anderson, I think if we're not doing this, that's when you would have gotten the calls.
Okay.
This is to ensure you're not getting phone calls.
Okay.
But if Ms. Schultz wants to add anything to this, this MOU is actually enhancing the opportunity. It's improving the opportunity because we're giving the whole month of July. It says define the eligibility criteria to include any employee reaching 60 years of age during the month of July 2019. So whether that's July 1st or the last day of July.
Okay.
And so then it does count if you turned, because I think originally didn't it end in sometime in June, because I did get some emails and phone calls.
Yes.
So it's retro, so if you were, okay, this would, so that will make a lot of people happy.
Well, so when I'm reading the gap analysis, it says that continuance of the utility plan is no longer in the financial and operational interest of the district. So I guess that's where maybe I was feeling like we were taking something away.
Through the chair, I'm gonna let Vicky.
When we voted,
Yeah.
We vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
the board.
I voted to do
No,
No, you were,
for you.
we did do some things before.
Because
that. I just wanted to make sure this was
We
something
have-
that I didn't.
we have a teacher shortage now, so we don't want to, we voted not to continue to incentivize teachers to retire early. So that's,
Yeah.
as I recall.
Oh,
Yeah.
yes.
So we are taking, I guess you could say we're taking something away that we used to have. I think it was negotiated.
Yes.
The chair to the board. So this is really a cleanup item. So just as Board Member Jones mentioned, the board has already memorialized its intent to sever the early retirement incentive plan. This item, though, speaks to administrators, and because there is not a collective bargaining agreement or a contract, this is the official way of providing notice and concluding that program for administrators.
administrators. It has already been done for teachers through the collective bargaining process. So this is specific to administrators, but it did, because of that notice requirement and advice of council, we did extend that for the entire month of June to ensure that appropriate through the entire month of July, so that appropriate notice was provided. So it basically cleans up and finalizes the prior decision of the board.
Because the prior decision, there was some people who thought it was like the next day or 2 days afterwards, so, that was where we heard from Ms. Chesney. You want to say something? Fine, thank you. Okay. Any other questions? We are on to, 30, and, board member Joyce pulled this IT hardware. RFP.
So through the chair to Dr. Green, I'm just curious if you could explain, when you look at the financial impact, every year, it stayed the same for 3 years. Last year it went to 16 million, and this year it's going, looks like we're gonna spend about 20 million. So why is it increasing?
Through the chair to board member Joyce, and Mr. Colbert, correct me if I say anything incorrect. This is an RFP that gives the district its maximum amount of ability to purchase computers. So even though this should not exceed 20 million, the district itself may only be purchasing 15 million, but individual schools may be purchasing as well. So because we know that we have a refresh plan, am I right, Mr. Cover?
Yes.
Through our refresh plan, we are refreshing computers, but this also lends itself for schools to be able to buy computers, whether they're using their Title I dollars or SAI, or they may get an external grant that allows them to purchase a card for a science class. This is just opening this maximum amount of dollars that can be spent without us coming back before the board on technology.
Okay. And it says, with the expenditures, it's capital, it's coming out of capital, but then when it says the funding stream, it's capital, general, Title I.
That is correct. Through the chair to board member Joyce, when we are doing a refresh, we're spending capital dollars. But in individual school, we have to have all types of funding sources for individual schools maybe using their funds to purchase computers. So a Title I school may say, well, we're purchasing a lap cart for each 5th grade classroom to do ABC. So they're using their Title I. We have to show that we're saying, okay, that's another funding source and where it could come from. But the district, when we are refreshing the computers, we are using capital dollars.
So the 20 million is capital dollars?
No. 20 million is a cap of what can be spent. That's the financial cap.
With the contract is the Duval contract. And if I may, under the prior RFP, the new contract that's expiring, it was the same, $19 million for the things and up to $1 million of services. So that contract cap was always there.
And I may be out of turn here, but when we look at the gap analysis and it talks about deploying hardware, and it also talks about expanding wireless access, connectivity, and bandwidth, that's where you're going to get into the difference between what you can use capital dollars for and what you can't. I assume that to be correct based on a lot of research I've done about capital funding. So that's where you're going to have different funds for that.
So, through the chair, board member Joyce, we're maybe, if you look at financial impact, and 18-19, 16,320 was paid for out of capital. That's the district's. That's what we paid to do refresh last year. So, if we spent 20 million, the other little over almost $4 million could have been individual schools, using any one of these other funding sources, general fund, Title I, SAI, external grants, distance learning idea.
Thank you, Debbie.
Is there any other questions? We are on to 31, board member Willie E. Oldus, Duval County Public Schools Technology Plan 2019 through 2020.
Yes, through the chair. First of all, anytime we get to talk about technology, I'm excited because I think that's going to help us to sort of achieve our goals.
Wait, August,
oh.
I'm sorry. But it's
Madam Chairman, I think by the time the package was printed, the technology plan in your book, item 31, has been removed, and there's actually a walk-up replacement that happened to fit in the same place, which is the real estate agenda item. Is that correct?
That is
So
correct.
we are pulling 31.
It's moved to
old
August.
31.
The 31 is for August.
The technology plan is moved to August, but it's in your book.
Okay. I can,
Can you wait till August?
July.
I mean, yeah. Is
There's
there a
also-
replacement?
There also is another item that is going to be pulled, and that's, it wasn't on your list, nobody pulled it to talk about, but item 27. That item in B.
At 27.
So the replacement item was provided electronically to the board, with the supplemental materials. It is the, agreement regarding, I believe, Old Lake Forest Elementary School.
So, in the past from, and we're Vice Chair James, tell me if I don't remember correctly, but it seems like if we had any additional things that was provided to the board in hard copy,
I'm happy to do that.
at the meeting, so it's really, difficult to get information, and even though it's emailed, I know a lot of people get a lot of emails, and everyone is well aware of where our focus has been, and so very easy to overlook, and we don't want to not review something that's going to be on the consent agenda. So is that something, our meeting on the 24th is getting longer, but is that something that we can have a hard copy of maybe today, and then we can discuss or have questions on that on Monday? Is that, okay, we will just, the 31 that has been withdrawn and is being replaced. Well, so do you want a copy now so that you can email the superintendent? Or do you want to look at it on Monday? Because we do have a full board workshop, and it's 10:45.
I can look at it. I mean, I can look at it, but is it, through the chair, is it already sent to our electronically to us?
It was, but I'm having copies made now. It was sent, on Monday with the supplemental materials.
If there are hard copies, I mean, everyone can look at that, email the superintendent questions, and then if there's a need for a discussion, we can do that on Monday. But it is 10:45, and we have a lengthy workshop. Seeing no other questions from the agenda, we are now to the public comment portion. Dr. Pierce, are there any speaking cards? There are no speaker cards. So seeing none, we are adjourned from this board committee meeting, and we will be moving into the board workshop. We are closed from the board committee meeting.
So are we going into it, or are we taking a break?
We're gonna go ahead and, certainly people can flip out, but it is 10:45, and we have a lot of the board workshop. So have we switched over to keep going. So we're now on the board workshop portion of the agenda, and the first item on the agenda is the code of conduct.
We have the floor chair, Mr. Jackie Simmons, Executive Director of Student Services, is going to do the presentation.
And then I'll give you some water to open. Would you like some? I can get it since you're good.
No, I'm gonna get my bottle. I don't want this.
So we are ready at,
We're ready. Through the chair, we'd like to go over the work group proposed changes for the 2019-2020 Student Code of Conduct. What I've given you is the changes and additions and deletions are in red, and we'll kind of go over them just to make sure you have a comprehensive look at what the work groups have decided would be the additions and deletions for this year's Student Code of Conduct. Within this, you also have the actual red line Student Code of Conduct for elementary as well as secondary. At the beginning, and I'll try to move quickly in terms of time, but certainly be comprehensive in our looking at the new code. Certainly the adding will be the new board members. That will be the first general revisions. We've also increased options in the matrix, cleaned up inconsistencies with infractions in the matrix, deleted interventions that are not used for elementary or secondary. We want to make sure that our code of conduct was clear around the interventions that could be used at the secondary level as well as the elementary level. We also added language for the notification of law enforcement that requires SRO or law enforcement to be contacted. This change is a significant change based on Senate Bill 7030, and we want to make sure that we address that change within the Student Code of Conduct. What we've done here is, in working with Director Edwards, we've identified those Student Code of Conduct infractions that require notification to the SRO or a law enforcement agency, and we've identified those changes within the Student Code of Conduct. If you go through each one, obviously they're quite lengthy with regard to the number, and we've also formulated a system working with Mr. Wright's team through data and assessment to ensure that these are identified in focus as the referrals are being placed in, so that we have a stopgap with regard to ensuring that the proper notification to the law enforcement agencies are in place prior to disposition of a referral. So just for an example, if a kid had a 203 with distribution of possession or sale or purchase of a drug facsimile, that's something that will require police notification. Whether police had to take action on it or not, it would require police notification, and we have a documentation method. Going all the way down to the 331, the burning of flammable materials, and we've also identified all of our zero tolerance behaviors for infractions that will require us to do police notification, or our JSO or our SSO notifications. We added some language to the jurisdiction of the school board. In previous years, we did not have jurisdiction at the actual bus stops. Now, via state legislation. We have jurisdiction at the bus stop, so we wanted to make sure that we clarified that language in the jurisdiction of the school board. And you'll see that here officially designated bus stops are now in the jurisdiction. And we went on to clarify that when students are walking to and from those areas, though they are not in our jurisdiction with regard to student code of conduct. This does put us in alignment with our with the code, with the Hope Scholarship coding, because if an infraction happened at the bus stop, we were required by law to pursue Hope Scholarship for those type of infractions as well. So this puts us in alignment with our Hope Scholarship and our jurisdiction requirements. Moving forward, we had added a special notes section in reference to bus riding privileges that includes the bus at or officially designated at the bus stop, and that just mirrors the jurisdictional piece that we just talked about. The next one is we added language to level 3 and 4 infractions required by the state for certain infractions. This special note talks about the behavioral threat assessment teams. Infractions with the acronyms BTA should initiate a behavioral threat assessment team, which is the multidisciplinary team that convenes when there is a real or perceived threat to schools or persons related to behavioral health. We want to make sure that we identify these because per Senate bill, we have a requirement to enact our threat assessment on certain infractions. So we also want to make sure that in addressing the Senate bill, that we also address it within our student code of conduct, that certain behaviors initiate a behavioral threat assessment. They are not limited to these behavior threats. They're not limited to these infractions. However, we want to make sure that we identify certain infractions, and we've identified them within the student code of conduct with this special note in that code of conduct. We also added some language to alternative education programs, and if you would read, it talks about a program that we're instituting that is a stopgap between alternative school and what's happening within our current school. So one of the things that we've decided to do in order to ensure that there's some equality with regard to our restorative practice, we're asking that when students receive a certain number of point threshold, and we've set that threshold at 6 points within our matrix that has been there, students will receive a restorative practice. This allows us to really track and document those students who are at a certain point threshold, as well as making sure that we're practicing and we're doing the appropriate interventions prior to referring them to the alternative school. We also looked at having an after-school instructional placement program, and this program is something that we're looking at bringing on board. Students who exhibit major disruptions into the learning environment and have an accumulation of at least 8 disciplinary infractions points at the principal's discretion, the student may be placed in this alternative program. Prior to the placement in this program, the schools must offer the following interventions and that have proved not to be successful: ISSP, SOS, out-of-school suspension. If these interventions have failed, then they will go to this next progression in terms of our after-school program that we are putting in place for these students who exhibit serious behavioral infractions, and that those infractions impede the teacher's ability to conduct quality instruction in the classroom. So we're looking at adding that. And here are some of the guidelines. Students will arrive no sooner than 15 minutes after the regular school dismissal. Students are marked present, whether they are logged on the campus or off campus, and we're looking at utilizing Edgenuity to ensure that there's a continuation between what's happening in school and what's happening in this program. For our electives, we've decided to look at having work packets that will be provided for those students for their elective classes so that the students don't fall behind instructionally. Students will be enrolled in the program for a minimum for 30 days. and they're assigned to this after-school program. Students that continue disruptive behavior will be then referred to the alternative school for alternative school placement. We also looked at when students are received at the alternative centers and are exhibiting behaviors that don't reach the level of expulsion, but may constitute significant time or placement for students. We're looking at for a period of 45 days up to 180 calendar days. This will be done through a process through the hearing office and the executive director of student discipline and support, and that's for students that are already currently placed at the alternative school and are continuing to have disciplinary issues that we have not met success in modifying the behavior of those students. Moving forward, if there's not any questions, added language in the special note. We want to really make sure that there is a delineation between law enforcement as well as schools. So we want to add the language that school disciplinary action is not contingent on school police or other law enforcement agencies and can be implemented while waiting on a response. It is the principal/designee's responsibility to determine the code of conduct infraction. And having conversations with many of our work groups, it had come to our attention that we were holding on doing a school-based disciplinary consequence while we were waiting on something from either our school police or something from an outside police entity. We want to clarify, as we always have in our trainings, that the school operates separately than the law enforcement. So if they've committed a school violation, we need to act in accordance to the code of conduct, and certainly we'll supplement that when additional reports come in if a law violation has been committed as well. And we're working with Director Edwards to make sure that communication is seamless with regard to how we're addressing those issues. Level 1 revisions, as I mentioned earlier, the discipline matrix were cleaned up and added interventions in both matrix boxes. So we want to make sure that we're aligning consequences for students as well as interventions for students that are appropriate through our elementary and secondary student code of conduct, and you'll see that. Added language. This has been somewhat of a not an issue, but we recognized that we didn't have the actual language in the student code of conduct, and we wanted to add that. 2.02 is typically around the use and distribution and sale of tobacco or nicotine. We wanted to add vape in that because a lot of our students are engaged in vaping, so we wanted to make sure that we added that language in that so that we're able to provide consequences and as well as provide students with what they need around getting help. And we also put a special note that making sure that they understood that if they were under 18, that it's actually illegal to have those, just as we do with our nicotine and cigarettes and other items. We want to make sure we included that language as well in terms of the vaping products. We have a change of code from the old code, which was a 2.07, which was a physical attack on a student, causing bodily harm. We, after reviewing this multiple times, we knew we needed to add a code that will address does not cause bodily harm opposed to does cause bodily harm, and do the appropriate consequence on the matrix. So the new code for 207 reads intentional striking of a student. Intentional striking of another student against his or her will that does not cause bodily harm, medical documentation to individuals. This is not to be coded around horseplay. So we wanted to delineate horseplay from actually physically striking someone and have a code of conduct infraction and matrix that addresses both issues. In our code of conduct, we already have addressed intentionally striking a student that does cause bodily harm and giving us the appropriate documentation to address that. So moving on, 2.11, 2.11, fighting or striking students on the school bus. Officially designated bus stop, officially designated bus stop. We want to add that language because, again, our jurisdiction now goes to the bus stop. So we want to make sure that students, parents, faculty, and everyone understood that this code is now addressing issues that happen at the actual bus stop as well. 2.13, added language. We kind of talked a great deal about a device to record a fight between students or record school board employees. We added the language where we're talking about smart watches, smart technology. We're living in a time where they can do that on their wristwatch, and they have other recording devices, and we wanted to make sure that we kept up with the times, and we added that language to this particular code around that. We also added language around the value. It used to be $250 with regard to the value. The law has changed that says that now the threshold is $750. So we want to make sure that in mirroring the state that we included that in our code of conduct as well. So you'll notice that change is valued at less than $750 or property valued at $751 or more constitutes a level 3. So we wanted to make sure that we incorporated that into our code of conduct. So you'll note that change. Level 3, disciplinary matrix cleaned up with added intervention to the intervention matrix. On 3.25, harassment, and each year it's always something new around what our babies do, and we like to make sure that we have a code that addresses the behavior. So in this instance, this year, I think this was one of the ones we struggled with in our committees, and we want to add, including but not limited to, the cutting of hair. There was not really anything in our code of conduct that talked about cutting of hair. And we've had a couple of instances this school year where we've had to address students cutting someone's hair. I mean, they can sit behind them and take the scissors and cut the hair. And instead of being creative with how we coded that, we wanted to make sure that we had a code that specifically addressed that moving forward. So that's where that code came in. So looking at our 3.02 drugs, noticing that there was some conflict between how this code was written. We wanted to clean up the language within this code to make sure that we were clear about what we were doing. The use/sharing or possession of any drug, narcotic, we added the word sharing because in many instances, Mr. Simmons may have it first, and then I'll give it to Mr. Willie, and then Mr. Willie will give it to the board chair. So it's a sharing issue, not necessarily. So we wanted to make sure that we delineated how things get transmitted from one person to another. So and that was not in our code previously, and we wanted to make sure that we address that issue in the code changes this year. We also, in that same code, talked about vaping products containing THC and having evidence of the THC because vaping, as you know, can be a nicotine vape or it can be a marijuana vape. And certainly there are two different types of charges related to having nicotine or having marijuana. So we wanted to make sure that we were not just arbitrarily charging kids with having marijuana in a vaping that could potentially be nicotine and giving them a consequence that was not warranted. So, and vice versa. So we wanted to make sure that we address that. And we added the code 3.32, which is the physical attack of a student, and that code used to be, if you note, the 2.07. We wanted to make sure that the actual intentional striking, spitting of bodily fluid on another person against his or her will, intentionally causing bodily harm. So again, this goes back to having a code from a progressive standpoint of striking and hitting that did not cause bodily harm to escalating it to a more egregious offense when you do the same, you do an infraction that actually does cause bodily harm to a student. Added language on the 4.01, we took out give away otherwise distribute to others. Any person's possession of alcoholic beverages with the intent to sell to another person. We really want to be clear that we were not just giving it away. There's a distinct difference between intent to sell or intent to share. Intent to sell means that you're looking to make a profit from it, and intent to share simply means that everybody's gonna have a good time, if you will. So certainly we wanted to make sure that we delineated between the two, because one could also be a violation of law, and we would have to engage Director Edwards' team with that. So those are the changes and the recommendations that the committee as well as the work groups have denoted for your will and pleasure. At this time, Board Chair, I can entertain any questions that you may have, or the board.
So, just before there are other questions, just wanted to clarify, many of these changes that you have given us come from state statute or items coming out of the Marjorie and Douglas, or based upon experiences that we have had recently with it in our schools and needing to be able to address those because they were not clearly identified in the Senate Code of Conduct previously.
Yes, ma'am, as well as through our work groups with teachers, principals, community stakeholders, all of them giving valuable input in terms of what they're also experiencing and what they're also seeing in schools in terms of addressing what potentially was not there, as you communicated, as well as other things that we may have needed to clean up with regard to matrix, ensuring that the appropriate responses were there and for our student code of conduct.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
I have some.
Vice Chair Jones? We'll start, if you've got one, we'll start here.
The bus stop, I don't see a definition. Is there a definition for what? How do you find bus stop here? Because
We define bus stop as the officially designated bus stop that we work with our transportation division on in terms of where the location of the bus stop is. Not 2 blocks down the road or not approaching the bus stop. When we look at the bus stop is at the corner of Lenox and 103rd. That's where the bus stop is, and that's where our jurisdiction is. Anything that's not in that particular area is beyond the scope of our jurisdiction.
so if a student engages in a fight 1 block from there, then that's JSO and not.
Through the chair, Board Member Jones, that is correct.
Can I follow up on that? Real quick. I know we've had instances where family members meet at the bus stop, get off the bus.
Yeah.
So is that then a school infraction and a JSO infraction? If it's not a non-student on then I guess school property per se.
Through the chair to Board Member Willie, if it happened on the bus stop, it becomes a school board issue. Now, our school police will work collaboratively with JSO if there are adults involved, but because that's part of our jurisdiction based on the legislative mandate, then we will handle that as if it was happened on our campus. And it's the same way with our reporting our assessor incidents. If an adult came on campus and did something, we still have a responsibility to report that incident to the state. So certainly we'll continue to do the best practice with that.
Got it.
I'm wondering if it isn't prudent to define the area. I mean, is it? I don't know what it says in statute, but can we put any more specific language about a 100-foot radius, or, I mean, because I do kind of think that we start to get into some touchy
Great,
space
great.
without defining that, I mean, is it a whole block? Some blocks are longer than others, you know.
Through
Funded
the
street,
chair, the
but
board
not
member
some.
Anderson, and, Director Edwards, correct me if I'm wrong, but the statute specifically states bus stop. It does not give any, parameters as to what's defined as the bus stop. It indicates that it's an official designated bus stop, and that's officially designated by, the district through,
Through the chair, so we have 5,000 bus stops. And on those bus stops, it's a specific corner. If you have an intersection of two streets, it is a specific side of the street that bus stop occurs at. And so, that is the official bus stop. So whether it's on the southeast corner, it specifies where this bus will stop and open the door for the children to come across. Some cases, they may have to cross the street to get into the bus. For instance, if you're looking on Mandarin Road, they may have to cross the street to get into the bus. Other times, the bus door is right there at the bus. But it is a specific, it's not all four
So that's
corners of an
defined
intersection.
somewhere.
It is, where the bus actually stops to open the door. It's not all four corners of an intersection. It is on one side of the street and sometimes a specific corner. But we have 5,000 stops, and we add and subtract them every week. Sometimes, because no one's boarding the bus at a stop, we remove the stop. And that all's done within the first 3 weeks of the school year beginning.
Yeah, I would just hate to see us get caught in a situation where, we're pointing fingers at each other, like, that was your responsibility, no, that was your responsibility, if we don't have very clear language.
But, and I felt the same way, but I assume that school resource officers work with JSO, so if it happens, if 50 feet from the bus stop, and somebody would determine, no, that's JSO or that's school resource. I'm assuming there's a working relationship where that you could work through those kind of issues without having to somebody sue us because we didn't technically define 50 feet around the bus stop on the northwest corner of this particular intersection.
Yes, we can. And one of the things I can tell you, this is a change in the law. Prior to that, we did not have jurisdiction. So with that, there's going to be circumstances where JSO is going to write the initial report, but then that report will be, that information will be provided to my staff, and then we will follow up on those particular cases. So this is something new to us, but again, it's things that we'll put procedures in place. I've already had a conversation with JSO about the same issue. So I think when these circumstances come up, we'll be able to work through them just like Board Member Jones said.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the unlikely event that something terribly tragic happens, where does liability fall? That would be my concern.
But we have to, Mr. Nelson's point, and I know having had 4 children and being at multiple bus stops, that it's a specific corner where you are, and even if I pick them up, I wasn't right at that corner. And so there is a definition of where that is, and I think to Vice Chair Jones's point that we have to allow our school police to work with GSO. We might have to cross that bridge when we get there. Because then you get into, do you do 10 feet or 50 feet?
Right,
Where is it?
I
There's
totally
all those
understand,
other
yeah.
variables. Board Member Joyce, you said you had multiple questions?
So the first one, under jurisdiction of the school board, and when we're looking at the way this reads, the last sentence says the school board does not have jurisdiction on routes that students take when walking to or from school or officially designated bus stops. But the second paragraph, the jurisdiction of the school board says that we do have it at officially designated bus stops.
Through the chair, the board member Joyce, I think that's clarifying that when students are walking on their way to the bus stop, we don't have jurisdiction when they're walking blocks away or en route to the bus stop. We want to make sure we clarify because many of our parents will make the assertion where they were on their way to the bus stop when the incident occurred. but we don't necessarily have jurisdiction when they're on their way to the bus stop. So in the language here, it communicates that,
Okay, I got you.
yes, ma'am.
I got you. Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes, ma'am.
Then down in the section where the alternative education program, so this is a new program that we're putting in place this year, and I wanted a little more information about, so is what we're saying is that the students aren't in school for this 30 days. They're out of school, and now they're going to report to school after school's out. So my first question is, how are they going to get there? And what does that look like? Are they just doing assignments, or are they getting some services, behavior modification services? Because obviously this is an issue that they're not classroom ready, so we need to get them classroom ready. So are we just tutoring? Are we just administering work, or are we actually doing something to modify behavior?
They through the chair, Board Member Joyce, prior to getting to that point with regard to the number of referrals, we will certainly always be utilizing our other alternatives, as well as our recommendations to full service school. So as long as they're in school and we've already referred them, they'll still be able to receive services from a mental health standpoint, and that may be part of that kid's particular plan, depending on why that kid has been, why the parents have been offered this particular program. But in this program, the plan and the idea is to have a teacher there that will be able to work with no more than 10 students at a time within this program per school, so that we can make sure that we're providing them with the appropriate instruction. And we're looking at using the Edgenuity instructional program platform. And this platform allows them to, wherever they are in our existing curriculum, they'll be able to pick up that in that curriculum, and also have the teacher support there to assist in monitoring them. The only thing that we did not have was in that platform was for our electives. So prior to going into that program, the school will work with the elective teachers for that student, and will be able to provide that student with their instructional outcomes there. One of the things that we thought about, and your question is very good question. One of the things we talked about in bringing a program like this to fruition was that when these students are, and it's not many of them, but when these students are continuously disrupting the opportunity for the other students to receive a quality education, it's unfair to the other 90% of the students sitting in that classroom that can't be properly instructed. So we wanted to give those students, as well as support our teachers who are doing, as the superintendent mentioned earlier, this multi-tiered system of supports, and we have all of this curriculum that we are asking teachers to implement. It's very difficult to implement when you have consistent behavioral interventions in your class. So we're looking at this program to, for a period of time, remove some of those behavioral issues that prohibits teachers from doing what we're asking them to do, while at the same time, to your point, providing those students who are going to go into this program an opportunity to still receive education instruction that's going to be on par with what they typically would miss by not being in school that day and having the opportunity to come to school. To answer your other question in terms of transportation, it will be the parents' responsibility to get that student to and from that program, because it is a disciplinary consequence around them not behaving appropriately in school. So that would be a parental responsibility, but they still will have access to the work, even if they were not able to get to the school. One of the things we wanted to really think about is not all parents are going to have computer access at home, so we wanted to make sure that we opened our school and made provisions for them to be able to come to the school and still be able to keep up with their instructional work.
Well, I think this is very interesting, and I'm really glad we're being proactive in doing this. But I do have a couple more questions. How long does this afternoon school alternative program last? So it starts at 3:15. What time is it going to be over?
For our elementary, for our middle schools, and I want to remind everyone through the chair that this is for secondary, not elementary. So for the schools, for the high school times, we're recommending 3:30 to 6 p.m. And for our middle school students, we're recommending 4:30 to 6 p.m. Middle school 4 days a week, high school students 3 days a week, and that is the plan and platform for the time frames.
And who will be facilitating these programs?
We will ask that each school have a person, designated teacher, to assist those 10 students at any given time.
And it's a 10 student capacity?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And we wanted to keep it that way because obviously some of these students are going to be our typical students who are disrupting during the day. We did not want to have a huge capacity in this after-school program. So as kids cycle in and out, it would be no more than 10 that we will be monitoring and tracking for this period of time.
I have a question on that. I assume that we would ask for a staff person to volunteer
They would get a
to
stipend.
do that. Is there a stipend
Not-
involved? What?
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, it is our intent to ensure that that's a funded work piece for that personnel.
Okay. And then it sounds to me, so correct me if I'm wrong, that this person is just there to be sort of an adult, we're calling it a program. And so I'm wondering if there is program content in addition to just sort of being there to supervise computer work.
Through the chair, and giving principals and faculty and staff members flexibility in terms of who's going to be the facilitator for this. This facilitator will also work very closely with the Edgenuity program to ensure that that continuity is there. Again, it is part of our responsibility to ensure that they have academic instruction. That does not preclude them from receiving any other intervention services that we may already have in place for them, i.e. mental health services, i.e. Student option for success, i.e. Nighttime substance abuse, i.e. any of the other interventions that we have will certainly be able to continue, but
This is just
this
for
is just
computer
for that
work,
purpose of
academic catch-up.
not academic catch-up. It's a disciplinary consequence, and that's why we attached it to students receiving a certain number of disciplinary points, letting parents know when we begin to sign them up for this program that if the behavior continues, even after they've completed this consequence, that there's going to be a high likelihood that they'll be moving to one of our alternative schools.
So it's a 30-day suspension.
Yes.
30-day suspension, but because we don't want them to miss the academic piece, we're saying this is an opportunity for you to come to school with a staff person who will be there to help facilitate the learning opportunity.
Chair, to Board Member Anderson, that is correct. And it's that length of time because of the program that we're using and the continuity that it provides via our curriculum.
I feel like it may be a missed opportunity not to look at integrating some additional restorative content. I know that we have here, it says that students must receive restorative practice when a student meets 6 points, and then this is an 8 point, so we assume that they've already been through some level of restorative practice, but clearly that wasn't as effective as maybe it could have been, and so maybe we need to go back through and try to do some more rehabilitation in that behavior management space.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, we know that anytime a student has been placed and taken out of school, that we have a practice where when we bring them back into our school, whether they've been suspended for fighting or for whatever reason they've been suspended, we bring them back to a restorative practice. So so that if in fact a restorative practice is appropriate for a individual kid who has been designated to this program, they'll come back to our school and still have to go through a restorative practice at that point as well.
I would
So-
love for us to maybe just think about, this doesn't have to be something that's, happens with this iteration,
Yes,
but
ma'am.
I know that there's a lot of success with the SOS program and that parent-child sort of partnership and the
Yeah.
work that they have to go through. If that was maybe an optional part of this evening type thing, that there was something that the parent, the child could go through as an additional rehabilitative process, I feel like that would be a really nice opportunity for children.
Board Member Joyce, so you have some more questions?
Well, going back to this program, I guess the other thing that is, my other concern is that, is there some sort of parameter if they come once, they're not coming every day. They're missing pieces of that. Do they just get to integrate right back into the classroom, or is there some consequence that you signed up for this but you're not following through?
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, we thought about that and had some serious dialogue around that within our focus groups. And one of the things that came from that is that we did not want to penalize a student more than the number of days that they were going to already be out. So this is a disciplinary consequence. And as a result of the disciplinary consequence, because you've had multiple opportunities to self-correct the behavior, and your behavior is causing other students not to be able to learn or receive the kind of instruction that they deserve. We did not also want to say you had to do 30 days of something before you're allowed to come back and reintegrate. But we also didn't want to say, well, you're just going to be able to be out there and flounder 30 days, and if we don't have anything in place for you. So I think that putting the instructional piece in place was in an effort to make sure that, number one, because we're still accountable for those students, and we still want to make sure that they're getting what they need in order to be successful. But at the same time, we thought about once they complete that 30 days, however they complete it, whether they did a certain number of days here, they didn't come on here, they logged on at home, however they completed those 30 school days, that would afford them, that consequence then would be concluded, and they would be afforded an opportunity to reintegrate back into the school from which they came with appropriate restorative practice or with additional contracts possibly, and we're allowing the schools to make those determinations whether they're going to bring them back on a contract or whether they're going to bring them back into based on what they did or the accumulation of what they've done in order to have this as an option. And certainly we'll go through all of this prior to inserting students and parents into this program. There will be a procedure that you will have to go through in order for them to even get in to go into this program. Certainly we don't want to do that, but it is in our estimation was an alternative to simply allowing them to continue to misbehave until they finally got enough points where it would consider them for alternative schools. So not only have they not only done damage to themselves for that length of time, but they've also done damage to the other students, teachers within the school during that length of time as well.
How is this different than ATOS?
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, ATOS, number one, did not have a direct correlation or a system in place that had a direct correlation to the continuum around our instructional curriculum, number one. Number two, ATOS was done during the school day at multiple sites throughout the city, which obviously was cost prohibitive at this point. ATOS was also done in lieu of a 3 or sometimes a 5-day suspension, and then the student was right back into the classroom, in many cases continuing to do what they had done to get the actual suspension anyway. So those are a couple of points as to how that differentiates from ATOS. ATOS, we really depended on the school sending work, or maybe a kid was on a computer program that was not directly tied to the standards that they were being taught at the same time in the curriculum at the school. So doing it this way allows us, if I'm learning about standard S1451, I can go to S1451 on Edgenuity and continue that instruction and be at the same place as my students that are actually getting the traditional instruction. So at least I'm being exposed to the same standard, and I have someone there to assist me with that standard. But I'm not being the disruption in class that I typically would be because of whatever that reason may be. So those are just a few differences between what we used to do in terms of ATOS and what this program, I think, will offer our students.
It'll be certainly interesting to see what happens with it, what our numbers look like. I do have some concern about having a student who's already disruptive be idle for 30 days during the daytime in communities, and what that might lead to. But we'll see how it goes.
You said you did have a committee of educators, stakeholders. I'm assuming those include some parents and other leadership in this as you develop.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Yes, ma'am.
Board Member Joyce.
Let's see. So, and then I guess my last question is, when you look at the added code 3.32, actual and intentional striking, spitting, I guess I'm kind of, how can you spit on someone and cause bodily harm? It doesn't seem like you can actually, I mean, how do you measure that? Because the wording is,
Well, through the chair, Board Member Joyce, this is one of the things that we talked about, and this was one of our ads. Traditionally, this code was the 207 code that we modified to kind of have a graduated way of documenting what was happening. But spitting on someone is a law violation, and because it's a law violation, we certainly wanted to not misrepresent that within our coding. So what was one of the reasons why we moved from class 2 to a class 3. But the intentionally spitting on someone is, I'm not an attorney, but could be considered simple battery.
yeah, but it says causing bodily harm.
Right.
I just know, how do you measure that? And when it says bodily harm does not include lower level scrapes and bruising, well, spitting is not going to produce any of that, even though we don't want our students to do that, and there should be consequences. But does that really fit into 3.32, causing bodily harm?
I think when we take an opportunity to look at the investigative process that the schools will go to determine, because you don't necessarily, in the case of spitting, it does not necessarily have to be bodily harm. It has to be intentional, because some spitting could potentially cause bodily harm. We wanted to address that with the notion that if I intentionally spit on someone, I have an intent to create an environment that's hostile. So your point is well taken, and if we need to revisit it, I certainly would consider that. But we don't want to. We have it as a class 2, and this is one of those nuances that came up in the committee discussions around where do we actually fit this. If someone really came up to you and went back and hawked back and spit, is that really something that we wanted to not include in this particular code of conduct in French, which is a physical attack on the student? Superintendent.
Through the chair to Board Member Joyce, I hate to give a disgusting example, but for the children, I promised if they raised a certain amount of money, I would kiss a pig. I kissed that pig, and I became violently ill. it was some germ, something made me, it caused me bodily harm. And if some student has something, they can pass, some fluids pass germs. So if I spit and you somehow pick up that, it could cause me bodily harm. And yes, it could give me cooties. But in kissing that pig, I was, today, I just get sick when I think about it. And that wasn't even, I intentionally did it, but it wasn't anything someone was trying to do to me. So I think whether it's spitting, it's his body, you can still receive harm from whatever that person is, their fluids. Now, you could get mono, could get anything, but I think the key was they intended to do it. It wasn't by accident, you're talking, it was, you worked up lather.
Relevant to just take that part out of that section.
Could we hear from our?
We don't have a copy of this, so can I see it, please?
Well, and just.
I mean, I can see distinguishing in the lower level infraction that it does not cause bodily harm, but do we have to conversely say in the higher level infraction that it does? Or can we just include all of the,
Through the chair to Board Member Anderson, working with a code of conduct that's graduated in nature, there is a difference with regard to the consequence that will be given to a student who does not cause bodily injury opposed to a student that does. And we've also gone to quantify that, number one, we have to consult police notification on this particular infraction as well. But we wanted to make sure, again, that there's differentiation with regard to the level and gravity of what our students are doing. So putting that as in the same category as someone who did not cause bodily injury did not seem to the committee something that we wanted to engage in.
I think separating them is fine. I just think looking at the semantics of it maybe could do a little tune-up.
Okay.
I guess that's
Chastain, do you have any comments?
I think this just needs to, based on the comments, perhaps do a little finesse with the way it's written. Because I can see, based on Dr. Green's example, that I know I'm sick and
Right, and something, I think too, it was the intentional part, and
that's what I mean, I know I'm sick.
It's already been pointed out that sometimes that intentionality is intent to be hostile, which creates a hostile environment, and I think that that's really what you're getting at, Dr. Green.
Through the chair to the board and Mr. Simmons, would it not be more appropriate to say any action with the against another person against his or her will, intentionally causing bodily harm? So any action is
With the intention of causing harm.
yeah, with the intent of causing harm. Right.
Yeah, I would strike bodily.
Well, I will say there's where the difficulty is if you don't put bodily, because the other one still is intent. You just didn't cause bodily harm.
Right.
I would have to say, if I wanted to slap Board Member Jones, and I'm just not the strongest person in the world, and my answer is I strike him. One is about causing bodily harm. One is I didn't cause bodily harm. So I might have hurt his feelings, sure, but I didn't. So I need the committee to come back with clear intent. Because when I read both of them, I thought, well, the intent was still the cause, I just didn't do it. I mean, so,
Through the chair to the superintendent, when we look at this particular code, this particular code is directly out of Cesar. So, in standing alignment with what Cesar is asking us to report, it will require us to change and come up with a completely different code outside of Cesar, which I don't think with the reporting nature of how we're being asked to report Cesar would fall in alignment. So I just want to point that out as we're brainstorming particular language. There's not a lot of language change that we do when we have Cesar identified Cesar codes.
Could you
Simmons.
clarify, go ahead. Could
I'm
you
sorry.
clarify Cesar just for a second?
Cesar is the state reporting system that we report to the state. We have 21 student code. We have 21 Cesar infractions that we report to the state, and they are state-driven and state-led. We do not augment those. We typically write those exactly as they are in Cesar, so that when we report accurately the Cesar type offenses, and anything that you would see like a ZZZ or anything like that is a non-Cesar offense, so that's not necessarily reported to the state.
so, Mr. Simmons, is that the actual wording? Actual intentional striking / spitting / bodily fluids on another person against his or her will? Intentionally causing bodily harm.
Physical attack refers to the actual intentional striking of another person against his or her will, or the intention of causing a bodily harm to an individual. That's the Cesar definition.
So,
It was.
when I stated any action, any intentional action on another person against his or her will, intentionally causing bodily harm. That should cover what Cesar is saying, and we don't have to use the word spitting, bodily fluid. It's just any action.
It's any action. We included spitting because spitting is a simple battery by nature, and the committee wanted to include that because we were seeing an increase in that type of behavior based on the student code of conduct. We did not want to change the Cesar definition. And by doing this, we did not change the definition of Cesar, because Cesar is just simply saying physical attack refers to an actual or intentional striking of another person against his or her will, or the intentional causing of bodily harm to an individual. So
I think it's important to recognize the work of the committee and the insight that the committee brings to the table. And that's one of the things when we get these reports that I'm always cognizant of is that work's gone into it before I've seen it. And so I would have to support, the work that went into it, the work of the committee and the insight that the committee had. But Board Member Joyce.
And the only reason I bring it up is because I'm concerned that if I spit on Daryl Willie and the referral is written, and I can bring my mama up in here and say, well, we didn't cause bodily harm. I just, I don't want there to be some
loophole.
Yeah, a loophole that you can't. I can say, look, I shouldn't get this referral because I didn't cause bodily harm, even though we know. I don't know that I think maybe we need to address it a different way, just to make sure that the student doesn't have a loophole, or the parent. That's why I brought it up.
The question is whether the intention, that's the question.
Well, I mean, there's also lower level things. I mean, you hit a lunch tray out of someone's hands, you trip them. There's lots of things that can be done every day that over time accumulate and create really significant psychological impacts that lead to suicide all the time, that don't necessarily fall under bodily harm. And so, I don't know. I mean, I think those are really serious. I think Ms. Chastain also brought up an important point. What are other districts doing? How are they kind of collecting data in different spaces? And I wonder if we can see an example, to make sure that things are aligned, so that we're reporting accurately.
Make it such a
Through the chair,
conversation.
one of the things that it makes me think about too is if police get notified and if a police charges simple battery for spitting, then we should probably align there too.
Discipline.
Like
Yeah.
it can't not be, but I mean, if police are gonna charge you for a simple battery for spitting, then we have to have some sort of alignment with that too.
So,
We have to be consistent with our reporting. That's the main. Because they'll come back and say you're not honest in our reporting.
Or our numbers look really blown out of proportion when other districts are reporting things, at a different level of infraction.
Mr. Copeland, you want to?
Through the chair to Dr. Green, for the board. We did not have spitting in the code of conduct 3 years ago. The spitting portion was not added this year. The spitting portion was added to the code last year as it related to this particular infraction. So the board went into a lot of scenarios and situations and through the group realized that we started to see an uptick in that particular behavior. And so that's why we had a lot of discussion around that spitting piece of it. And so we saw about 10 situations where students, and I hate to be graphic, where the student would literally lather it up and go to a teacher's face, and I've seen it several times this year, and just give the woogie in that teacher's face. And so that's the reason why this isn't a new code. This was just moved from a level 2 to a level 3. Not necessarily, so the code is actually the exact same. It's just moved from a lower level to a higher level so that we can report it to state correctly.
Are you good with that explanation? Is everyone fine with this, or do you need to bring back? I will point out that it is 11:45 and this meeting was scheduled till noon. We are not gonna make that time deadline. And just so we're cognizant of time, the superintendent and I will need to leave about 1:30, maybe 1:45. So do we want to continue? What, are we okay with what Mr. Simmons has recommended? Are we looking for any changes? I'm taking that you're okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are now on to Northwestern Middle School, top school plan addendum. What time? 12? Or 1:30? No, I don't have, we don't have a luncheon day. I'm not a member of whatever club. University club. Just let them live and join. It was a huge thing.
Sorry.
So good afternoon. Another Jackie Kelly after the Jackie Simmons. So we wanted to provide you an update from our previous update on the status of our top schools, specifically focusing on Northwestern and followed by Lake Forest. I wanted to revisit the statutory requirement that requires us to provide specific targeted plans of support, selection options that we discussed at the last meeting. The reason why I wanted to bring it up for you today is because of the recent changes in the Senate Bill 7070 and how they impacted some of the processes that we as a district have to adhere to since our last meeting. So just to revisit, turnaround option plan, and people get very confused because of the top one and the top two in those plans, but it really is what we select and provide assurances to the state that we are going to do to turn around our struggling schools. So the cycle one, the first time a school receives a D, and then they go into a watch. The second D puts them in a top plan. It automatically defaults to what we call a district managed turnaround plan. You have 2 years to implement any option that you select. There are currently 4. It could change, but currently there are 4 options. And it automatically, most districts are going to default to let us fix our schools, right? So you have 2 years to implement the plan. You can elect to change that plan somewhere within that, but you do have 2 years. Once you have implemented that plan, this is very key, it is no longer available on the table for you to select. So it is removed from your options. So the 2 schools that we're going to focus on today are in their second cycle of implementing a top plan, which we selected an external operator because district managed turnaround was no longer available. Now, for House Bill 77 and the concurrent Senate bill, one of the major changes that impacted our differentiated accountability work is that it expanded, of course, the Schools of Hope program that lets approved Hope providers, there are currently 4 on the state's list at my last check, to be able to open up schools or opportunity zone schools within a broader definition of an opportunity zone. Specifically within a 5-mile radius of a low-performing designated school. We currently have a couple of schools with that designation. But the other component of that House bill change that really impacts the schools that we're going to talk about today is that it redefined what a persistently low-performing school was. So now the definition says that it is defined as a school that's earned 3 grades, less than a C, which is a D or an F, for 3 years within a 5-year period. But the other really major component is that in at least 3 of those previous 5 years, and they have not earned a grade of B within the last 2. That's very significant. So I underlined it and put little highlights on it because it really does change a lot of the things that we can do, and it brings back a greater sense of urgency, not that we don't have it.
I have to interrupt you, and I apologize because you had Schools of Hope.
That is
I just would like to remind everyone that a School of Hope, even though it can come into the city and locate, and it gives the impression that it's going to service students in a specific area, that school can settle within a 5-mile radius of a school, and they are not obligated to accept students from a school that they may be coming in for. So they don't have to accept students, those students, they don't even have to have the same grade level. So I know that's a great name, School of Hope, we're gonna come in and we're gonna service these students, but the way the legislation is written, it does not require the charter school to service the students that we think they're coming in to service. So I just had to make that editorial statement. Yes. Good.
So that being said, we know the transformation is not a future event. It is constant, it is persistent, and we are presently working to try to stay ahead of some of the legislative changes that are coming. So Northwestern Middle School, like I said, they would be going into their second year of under an external operator service. The superintendent is recommending that we maintain that service with educational directions as they are external operator partner for the upcoming school year. One of the categories that really impact even within your top plan is that you submit your contract of service with the renewal option, but there's also language that says that we have to continue to maintain and monitor, and if the school is not making adequate progress up under that external operator, we need to come back to the table and revisit it. So the plan is a living plan. It's not just, you've got your 2 years, we're not going to look at you and move forward. So because we're going into the second year, we know that the option is now off the table for another year of under external operator beyond the life of this top plan. But we also had to look at the options of how they changed the language and designated that persistently failing school. When you take a look at the historical history of Northwestern Middle School, it has been consistently and persistently demonstrating a low performance in academics. You can see since 1999, which was the initial implementation of Florida school grading system, the schools only earned 1 grade of C. That occurred in 2006. And it was followed by 12 years of consecutively earning a D and an F. Of those 12, of course, 8 grades of a D and 2 grades of an F within the 2014 and the 2018, which fall within the past 5 years. So according to the changes that recently were put into place, the school would have to have earned a grade of a B at the end of this top plan to be exited out and to no longer be considered as persistently low and performing school. With our current challenges that we continue to face, and the school has faced for many years, this does not happen overnight. We had to replace the principal in collaboration with our external operator, and it wasn't because the principal that had been selected was not doing a good job, but we needed at that point the information we received. You needed a principal who was more aligned to the actual needs of the school, of the students that was happening right then. Sometimes you can't, we don't have a crystal ball, so you don't know what experiences in that group of students meld together is going to present until the school has started. So that was a challenge because it was changed in the middle of the school year. There were multiple teachers that had to be replaced due to BAM score. That's been a continuous cycle. One of the requirements of under a top plan, especially of under external operators, is that they can have no teachers with a needs improvement or unsatisfactory, none. So what happens when the grades come back, you end up with teachers, you once again are wiping out the building, and you end up with newer novice teachers who don't have a full BAM, who may not necessarily have the skill set ready to be able to manage a lot of the stress and struggle that comes with this situation. So that did result in substitutes being difficult to find class coverage. We're being fully exposed, but I do know that the region and our chief of schools, when those situations occurred, district staff, everyone was put in place to try to fill those vacancies, but that is not a sustainable practice. And of course, we have a wonderful new superintendent who absorbed all of our wonderful challenges, but she's working on that. The whole process of external operator was new to everyone in the state. So we had to plan very quickly last year for what that looked like. And once again, until you're actually enrolled in it and you've worked out those intricacies, it's really hard to know how to move forward. But so you had new superintendents, new EOs, and then we had a new turnaround region superintendent who was transitioning. So all of those impacted, I think, this last year of implementing that top plan. So, based upon some of the progress monitoring data that we have coming in, that is not projecting the school to make that grade of B to exit out, and understanding that by this time next year we would have had to submit another option plan. If you go back to it, the only options we have is to close and reassign the school and the students to a higher performing school as designated with a grade of C or higher, or to close the school and turn it over to a charter organization. Our superintendent has proposed that we close the school at the end of the 1920 school year versus entering into another top plan option. To facilitate that process, because there's approximately 1,100 and 50-ish students who were projected to, if the school was still open, who would have been projected within the attendance zone of Northwestern, which is a large number. 47% of those students are rising sixth graders. So the projection was to redistrict all of the sixth grade who would have been enrolled, and we've been working very closely with the school choice office to identify those students and communicate that. But also to do some aggressive opportunity scholarships with the remaining 7th and 8th grade. And I know that the question is, well, why not close it now? Well, as I shared, there are over 1,100 students who would be projected to continue enrollment. You also have to be able to sustain and introduce those students into middle schools who have a grade of C or higher and the availability of seats. So the thought process behind that, which is also embedded within the addendum plan that we provided to the state, is that we reassign all of the sixth grade. We have a very aggressive plan to work with the remaining 7th and 8th grade students so that we can have those 8th grade students prepared to enter into their high school. But also those 7th graders will come into any feeding, accepting middle school of a grade of C or higher with a much stronger foundation. At the end of that year, upon board approval, the proposal is that we repurpose the school as either a K-5 or a K-6.
No, I'm sorry.
Through the chair to the board. Just so we know, prior to even the top plan, under the facilities, master's facilities plan, that was the recommendation not the first couple of bullets, because the first scenario was Northwestern and Rains High School becoming a 612 and repurposing Northwestern Middle School. So the last bullet is still in alignment with the master facility plan. That was the plan from the beginning. I'm just indicating that the academic piece was more accelerating a process that was more related to the facilities piece. So I just wanted to make sure that was. So the addendum has to be submitted to the state as part of the already approved top plan. To talk about how we will continue the school year based upon where the school is currently and the facts or challenges that it's facing now. Before I go here. That is also part of why we chose Northwestern for AMI. That is an additional support to that school while those students are there. Even though I've only been here for the year, I've been to Northwestern almost 6 times. So I visit that school frequently, and one of the areas that is always questioned is dealing with behavior. And this was an opportunity. Most of our issues are with the male students at not just Northwestern, but we're talking about Northwestern. And so this was another opportunity. We're going to continue to support these students, even though that we're recommending that they will attend different schools in the 1920. They need to, if you can control yourself and have an attitude, then you're going to be more likely to be successful. And just so we are clear, we still have to monitor these students for 3 years, wherever they go. We have to monitor their progress. We have to ensure they're with an effective or highly effective teacher. So it's not like, oh, disperse and fly. Good luck. No, we have to follow the students and see how they are progressing.
Can we do comments in between now? Or we move to the next?
Is that okay?
This is sad. Like, if you look at those numbers, that the years and years and years, that's like a lot of students who have come through that school and not gotten what they need. I appreciate we're making bold moves. Like the moves are bold, and I want to continue to layer on the bold moves, AMI, whatever else we can do, because this is going to be a very important year. for especially these students who are still remain at the school to ensure it, because if folks are saying the school's going to close, there's still folks in the school, that's a huge opportunity for folks to kind of be left behind. And that's why I'm very supportive of AMI and supportive of any other moves we have because of it. I do wonder how, so if we have AMI here, we're going to have it in place and then it's going to have to physically move to another site?
That is, yes.
Are there things, I'll keep it on this. I'll chat with you more about AMI. I just wanted to state that I'm in support of doing whatever we need to do, because this is, and I was at probably Northwestern more as well, just because there's always things going on. But it also relates back to, there's some trends that we're seeing. What was interesting is the VAM scores and the teachers and those sorts of pieces, the interest in to actually funnel people into schools like Northwestern. Like, that is not, there are folks who will sign up to teach, but they will say, nope, I'm not going to certain schools. And I think that is problematic, and that's why one of the reasons we're in this situation. We know it starts from the great teacher in the classroom. If you don't have it, then the other pieces start to sort of falter and fall. So it does relate back to some other pieces systemically that we may need to think about as well.
So we have, it's not really part of this presentation, and I think sometimes staff wish I would, remember I said on my sheet, I wake up thinking, they think I think too much, that we are looking at how we can reach out to retired teachers to do some side-by-side coaching. Many times new teachers, it's not about so much the content. It's about, oh my gosh, how do I manage this? Management. And retired teachers, they've been there, done that, have a t-shirt, that's why it says retired on the back, that can come and provide support. They're not there evaluating them, unlike that's what the principal and the school-based administration, and even sometimes when we're sending district support, they have someone that, you know what, just give me 5 minutes to cry or talk to you about what just happened, and they can help them, hey, tomorrow, I want you to, let's try this. And by the way, I'll be here. I'll be here to support you to change your seating arrangement. Or, those of us who've been in the classroom know what that first year has been like. And it was on my little tour that I talked about how lonely I felt. And I just felt nobody understood what I was going to, because once I hit those 4 walls and closed that door, there was nobody else really coming to the rescue when I thought I could not handle it. So we are looking at this, and Vicki is not here, but she has already set a plan in place. This is how we can get teachers, and through Tia Leathers, they worked a lot with retired teachers, how we can support not just Northwestern, but North Shore, who will be receiving students. This is our way to support these schools that are getting newness in student population. How do we support these new teachers? And we define new 1 through 3 years of experience.
And I'll say this: it's not just new teachers. Like, it's not just new teachers, especially if you're working in certain environments. There's some teachers, even veteran teachers, students are very different. The code of conduct has to change every year because there's different things that come up every day. The technology changes. The things that they smoke are different than they was 20 years ago. Like, it's different. So I think there also has to be, even for retired teachers, there's a training that has to happen. And actually, I'll actually argue that some of the younger teachers are thriving at Northwestern. Teacher of the Year is really young over there. I know I met her. And it's because she can connect, and she also has that balance. So I think it's that retired teacher understanding of the new teacher connection. I think there's like this synergy that has to happen there, and I'm appreciative that we're having this conversation, because under our leadership as a board, because it's my district, but this is our school system. This is something that we need to sort of push up. And I'm glad we're talking about this and doing bold things like AMI and thinking about, keep thinking in the morning when you wake up, Dr. Green, because any other thing that you have, I'm all ears, and I'm sure everybody else is, because we're here for these kids, and this is something that I'm laser focused on.
But we also can't forget the community.
Yep.
You cannot forget that community. I mean, you have a bundle of Section 8 housing that feeds
Right.
Northwestern, a bundle. And those kids are challenged to be unbelievably challenged. And so you put them all at one middle school, and this is what you get. QEA tried to provide incentives for teachers to go to these challenge schools. That funding is gone, but maybe we can approach them about reestablishing and paying for retired teachers to go back in and come in and coach and work with the teachers. I mean, because my concern is those students are going somewhere.
Yeah.
They're still going to be in our district. They're going to still have the same issue that they had at Northwestern. They may have a teacher may have a higher math score, but if that teacher cannot manage their class, it's not going to much of a difference. So we have to be creative, and I sympathize with those who work there, because it's a tough environment. It's a very tough environment.
I will say that before, while I was campaigning, before coming to this role, I worked on establishing a trauma-informed early learning center at 44th and Pearl. And a big part of that work was a lot like what you're talking about, Dr. Green, but it required what I called coaching for the teachers. And the teachers that we had there were very experienced staff, but the social emotional needs of the staff person, right? I mean, it's really important to provide that for children, but it is very draining. The trauma that children and families come out of that lead them to circumstances to maybe be in Section 8 housing, or the systemic dysfunction, the multi-generational trauma. There is a thing called vicarious trauma, and our staff that are teaching these children with such high levels of need that they're coming into the school, it's draining. It's exhausting for those staff people. So I love the idea of having retired teachers come in and coach, because it's not just about behavior management, but it's about their support, about their social emotional needs as staff people, to be able to show up every day and do this hard work for kids that have been, maybe historically disadvantaged, systemically disadvantaged. So I'm concerned when we're talking about repurposing this school as a K-5 or K-6, that we're going to see ourselves right back in the same position if we don't approach the way that we are willing to educate these children. So I mean, I don't want to say, okay, well, the middle school is gone, let's bring in the elementary school and not look at maybe making it a trauma-informed school, because I just would hate to see another decade go by where we're trying to do our best and we just don't have the tools in place.
So, Dr. Green, that's certainly a conversation for at different times for what that K-5 or K-6 looks like. I'm assuming you have more.
It's in your master facilities plan.
Right.
So we are already working with the schools that would become that K-5.
Okay.
So it's not like, well, if we now put some color on it and things just, no. We under Mr. Green, no relation, he has no E on the end of his name, direction, he has really put a very strong plan in place for many of these children. I think some of the things we cannot forget is, if you don't know how to adequately read, life just continues to get more challenging and more challenging.
Generation.
Yeah. So if we do, like we've put in this differentiated and the multi-tiers of support, we have put things in place to try to say, hey, this part, this is not going to be your issue anymore. You may still need other type of wraparound services, but it won't be because you can't read, because we're going to do that before you. before you enter in third grade. So that's why we're developing partnerships with Lutheran. We're going to talk a little bit about Lake Forest, and so I'll stop talking so we can get to that, and I'll show you.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I know you have more slides.
Yeah, she has more slides, so I'll stop talking.
Okay, so Lake Forest is also in the second cycle, year 2 of under external operator. They have as well persistently demonstrated a decline in both academic achievement as well as in student enrollment. So they are also have been a topic of discussion during our facilities planning meeting as to what to do with the facility and the age of the facility, as well as the, I want to get this right, the facilities index. I'm looking at I believe the latest 5-year trend, it was probably at 47%, somewhere below 50%. The school has earned 3 consecutive grades of D, 2015, 16, 17, and 2 grades of an F in 2014, as well as this current school year in 2018. So they're well within the 5 years of persistently failing. Once again, our projected progress monitoring data does not demonstrate that they're going to make a B. We are hopeful that they are going to demonstrate some gains, but the grade of a B to take them off of being considered persistently failing is not notable in our current progress monitoring data. But additionally, Lake Forest Elementary was built to support 529 students, and they're currently, at the last time I checked, approximately there would have been 248 students enrolled on the 20th day count, according to the state's database. I believe that there were currently, I'm trying to remember, less than 300 that were projected to be enrolled next year.
274,
approximately 274. So since September of 2014, enrollment has decreased from 427 students to 274. So just the sustainability and the amount of resources that the school will continue to need up under that persistently failing designation kind of forces a change, because they also no longer have the option of external operator, and it would have to be either closure, reassign the students, or turn the school over, close it, and revert the school to a charter. So some of the challenges that they've also faced has been that persistently low academic performance as well. They've had multiple teachers who had to be displaced. They still had, I think to date, they probably had 4 or 5 vacancies that they were struggling to continue to fill. And this is even up under the external operator and whatever efforts that they have been working to maintain and keep teachers in place. But also just the continued drop in enrollment. It just keeps dropping and dropping as parents elect to other options and choice. I think I skipped something. So the recommendation is that we have submitted a new top plan option, a whole new top, not an addendum to the current plan. And the recommendation or the proposal is that we close Lake Forest Elementary at the end of this school year and reassign those projected 270 odd students within a new attendance zone that would be with North Shore Elementary, who has been consistently maintaining a grade of C or higher for the last several years. They also have an administrator who has been so dedicated to that community. I think she was very pivotal in transforming North Shore. She's one that we would probably try to yank out and leave a couple other people, but she refuses to go, and she has been calling me and is ready and supportive of being able to embrace the students, former students from Lake Forest.
I'm sorry, I was looking in the front. I'm not. You have to let me know if she's got it.
I was looking up that too.
Madam Chair, just to reiterate again, Lake Forest was originally in the master's facilities plan because North Shore is probably the newest elementary school in that area, and that it has 1,300 seats, yet the enrollment is about 500. So it has plenty of seats available, and in the final recommendation, it is recommended for Lake Lake Forest and Brentwood Elementary to consolidate into North Shore. So I just keep this academic piece, that was done prior to the academic piece. And do you mind if I just take over the rest of prior to? Lake Forest.
I'm deferring.
You may ask, well, why are you doing Lake Forest now and not Northwestern? The reason why is because how many vacant seats are already available. And because North Shore has had multiple years of, is it 4 or 5 years of a seat?
Yes.
So they've met the definition of, I don't know, the definition of higher performing or they're not going to be, even no matter what their grade is, they will not be in the designation of persistently low performing because of the number of years they've been a C. So that is the reason the recommendation is, one, it was part of the master's facilities plan originally. 2, the seats are available. 3, we have a proposal for the facility of Lake Forest. If you pass Lake Forest, you would not know that Lake Forest is over 50 years old. It looks reasonably, it's only when you get inside that you start to see. And through the leadership of Dr. Krisner, she has been having meetings with organizations that support the school district that we have strong partnerships with, such as Lutheran Services, Northeast Florida Food Bank.
It's actually Lutheran Social Services that gets funding from Feeding Northeast Florida.
Okay. Yeah, what you said. That they want to come into Lake Forest and become sort of a community center for that community, as well as offering pre-K classes there. And Dr. Krisner, they've shared more information with you than me, so I'll let you.
I've spoken with the Baptist Foundation. I'm meeting with Agape. We spoke with Lutheran Social Services and LSF. One is the pre-K Head Start, and one is the Social Services Outreach. We have additional conversations. Lutheran, the Head Start, is ready to go to lease the facility, but we were waiting for confirmation from you, and then we would begin with that, and then talk about other partnerships and agreements, and all of those MOUs would come to you as the board as we look to create those community partnerships.
I think that's exciting. I realize that school's not in my district, but I would think that based upon board member Willie's comments previously, that it's been a while. It's been a long time coming, and I'm excited to see that we're going to be taking a different approach and bringing in more services and opportunities for students. But I think that it's also very important representing a district that has a lot of neighborhood schools, knowing the value of a neighborhood school as the heart of the community. So being able to have the community be able to be a part is very important, I think, as well. Yes.
I forgot 2 other things. Junior Achievement has been in contact with us, and we're going to meet with them. And LSS has indicated that they also have some basic adult learning kinds of programs that they're interested in providing to the community. And then Dr. Green, I've not reached out to FSCJ, but that's another organization that
I think so. We're trying to make sure that Lake Forest, it's not about leaving that facility empty. It's about, well, there's still a lot of walkability to get there for families, and we were thinking, okay, early childhood, food program, but we were looking health, but trying to make sure you can just walk and get services to support.
Through the chair, quick question. So I know Lake Forest at first was slated to be demolished. That was partially due to FCI and other things. So now we have another group that's coming in. Would we be responsible for the maintenance and ensuring, because if we have little kids in there, we definitely, or we have anybody in there, we would make sure it's safe and does all those things. So does that add into to that cost? Would we have to do more to get that building, or we're gonna maintain that building?
Chair to Board Member Willie. In Dr. Krisner's conversations, we told every but you have to bring money to the table because, one, we want to be there, but we know we can't. If something needs to be made, you have to pay for it. Lutheran, and I can't remember which one of the Lutherans, said we will come and renovate. We will come. We want to be there because they are having a hard time finding additional space.
I think that's fantastic, and that's, Vice Chair Jones, I know you mentioned before concerns about vacating schools and then how it becomes blight. I think this shows real leadership on the part of the district of recognizing the needs of the community, and it sounds like, Dr. Green, that you are working on opportunities for parents to perhaps continue their education and learning opportunities as well through FSCJ, so I applaud the work of the district on that. As hard as these things are to do to close schools, it's great that there's some positive things coming out as well. Vice Chair Jones.
Just make sure, encourage, make sure there's a community meeting so the community is aware of what's going on and has buy-in, not hear it after the fact.
Or even have some input about what they need there.
That's, the purpose of community meeting is to present the proposal and get their feedback.
So, are we?
Okay, so this is just a quick synopsis of the transitional timeline. Our proposed plans had to be submitted to the state this month prior to school grades coming out, of course. Once those grades are released, if any modifications or conversations with the board need to occur, that for us to have those plans approved, of course. Hopefully, we won't have to be before the state board again in July.
Oh, no,
But the state board will be reviewing plans.
I will have to be there regardless.
Oh, okay, so.
In July.
In July, we'll be.
I even if they bring them, I still believe I am being asked to be there. July the 17th. It's in my
Even if they do that.
approve our plans. I still have to come before them.
So our proposed plan is to begin the transition of Northwestern in the fall with reassigning the grade 6 students. We want to begin the closure of Lake Forest at the end of the actual fiscal year. I think we have a final meeting scheduled for any parents or community members tomorrow at 5:30 at Lake Forest. And finally, to look towards repurposing and continuing to serve the community in a different capacity at both of those sites.
That's great. I know we interrupted you throughout that presentation, but thank you for the conversation as we went through. Dr. Green?
Just in closing, because school grades are just not falling like they used to, we can't finalize this plan, and so we need to piggyback. We have to notice it for 28 days, so we need to piggyback on one of your special board meetings that you have. I have July 23rd or July 30th to bring this to the final vote before the board. But we don't have. That's why we're kind of in limbo. We don't have any school grades at this point.
Piggyback on one of our special meetings?
Yes, I think those are off with finance.
Yes.
For budget conversations.
Yes.
Does that conclude your presentation? So we are on to school safety update.
So, is there potential that this is our plan, we're gonna go submit to the state, is there potential for them to say, just, yeah, thank you, coming up?
There's always potential for that. We are working inside of the state board rule. July 17th would be, they could say, we want you to come back, like, well, the plan, there's nothing that stops it because we're working within the state board rule. The first one is only an amendment to our top plan, which has already been approved by the state. Lake Forest is a implementation of a new comp plan, and it's one of the state-approved options. They would be very, they might say a lot of things, but it is a state-approved option.
So the Northwestern plan has already been approved? You said that's an amendment?
Yes, their original top plan has been approved, and what we are submitting is only an amendment, just the amendment. We also, just as an FYI, submitted to the state, my last state board meeting, a very specific charter school was mentioned. Well, that charter school has reached out to Ms. Hershey and myself and sent documentation of their intent, and that their intent is not until 2022.
I shared that email with the board members,
So-
and they also said in that letter they were gonna exercise their right to locate within a 5-mile radius of the school.
Yes.
And I think that that's very important for people to know.
And so we've sent that information to BSI, which is the department that handles this, and, so that they know, hey, we've met with them. Oh, well, I'm meeting with superintendent next week, and, oh, but this is what they've stated.
Sure, I just know that there were some comments made that maybe alluded to, not accepting our top plans. And
I
was
really
just a
think
little
that
worried
was more about the other schools. We have the possibility of 3 that could enter into that. Our real desire is that you're not going to, that we won't have that as, I think it was more about those schools than these 2 public schools.
So, Ms. Young, just to, again, be certain, I'm going to, deduct that these changes are a response of the state statute.
Yes, ma'am. So as we transition to school safety update, the information that's being presented today is 2-part. The first is just as you just stated, Ms. Hershey, that there are some policy changes as a result of new legislation that are related to school safety. Mr. McDuffie is going to cover those, and then there were some follow-up questions that were asked by the board after last week's workshop regarding school safety options for next year, and Chief Edwards is going to address those questions.
Which is 2, 520 and 521.
Yes.
Good afternoon. As Ms. Young said, there were a couple of policy changes relative to some changes in state statute. And so first you have Board Policy 5.28, which is the zero tolerance for school-related crimes. There were some statutory changes to state statute 1006.13. And essentially the changes in the policy reflect the changes in the statute. This particular policy has not been changed in quite some time, particularly since the year 2009. The additions that you see are reflective of requirements in the state statute. The deletions reflect the elimination or the repeal of a state board rule, and so those are the deletions that you see in the first paragraph or so. There were also some formatting changes that I did to try to make the policy a little bit more readable by putting in some headings. The threat assessment team is a new addition in policy in state statute 1006.13. Primarily, the changes that were mandated by the state statute, in addition to the threat assessment team, also required an interagency agreement, but it also required that there be definitions of that the policy designate which acts are going to be considered petty acts of misconduct, which would not require consultation with law enforcement, as well as definition of criteria for acts that would require consultation with law enforcement. And so what we've done to accomplish that is essentially, since those acts and those things are set forth in the Code of Student Conduct, we have referred, if you look at paragraphs, the Roman numeral 5 and 6 near the bottom of the policy, we simply refer to the Code of Student Conduct as indicating that that's where you would find the definitions for the criteria for both acts that do not, petty acts of misconduct, and then acts that pose a threat to school safety. The acts that require consultation with law enforcement are set forth in the Code of Student Conduct by virtue of the particular code, and then by inference, those codes that are not designated for consultation with law enforcement would be considered petty acts of misconduct. Any questions on 5.28?
And this is a bring back from our previous meeting where we had some discussions about, we wanted some clarification with this policy, is that?
This is actually just a new revision based on the
Okay.
statute.
Okay, you know, you should just holler.
Through the chair to the board, we do need to state that compliance with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas is very, very important. And mandatory. And it has sort of forced us to go out of our normal process of bringing it to commit because we wanted it in compliance as soon as possible. And so there may be things we still have to go back and work through with Ms. Chastain as she talked about. I didn't see them working through it now. So just wanted to highlight that is why we felt we were talking about safety. Let's just bring these two policies because it is being pointed out when you're just.
And we have gotten called out.
Yes.
So, and that's important too, that sometimes, and we will certainly respect insight of Ms. Chastain, but then these changes in languages sometimes are dictated oftentimes by the legislation, so whether we might want to do some wordsmithing of our own is not recommended under the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas recommendations. Is that correct, Dr. Reed? We follow, it is not a suggestion, it is this is what we want you to do.
Yes. Anything we're bringing related to Marjorie is not a suggestion.
And we don't have a lot of room to make recommendations.
So I apologize, I didn't hear the full question, but I think, is there a deadline for this adoption? Because I think the question was whether there was a room to adopt an emergency rule. The answer to that is yes. The purpose of adopting an emergency rule, it's valid for 90 days to give the agency time to adopt the permanent rule. So,
is that something, are you suggesting we do that today or in July?
You couldn't do it today, because we're not either at a special meeting,
right,
or if the superintendent, if you wanted to add it to the July 2nd agenda for the adoption of an emergency rule, and then you could then do the public hearing notice. They're both public hearings, by the way, but do the public 28 days for the August meeting. But in the meantime, you've got the emergency rule.
Is that yes. Dr. Brink? The goal is to be 100% in compliance with Marjorie Stoneman Douglas.
Yes.
Okay. Recommendations. Are there any questions? Do you have more?
I have one more policy.
Okay.
We have policy 5.29 in front of you also. This is a new policy, and there was an amendment to Florida Statute 1006.07, which added subsection 9, which essentially required that school boards adopt a policy requiring the accurate and timely reporting of school environmental safety incident reporting. And so this policy is being implemented to comply with that statutory requirement.
And again, this is a result of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Okay. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you. All right. Seeing none, we are on to the master plan, and do want to just make a,
He's
oh,
got the report.
I'm sorry, oh, you got the report, oh, I'm sorry, I'm on to, I'm trying to move right along. We're gonna have a, so we're still on school safety update, I thought that was it. All right. Trying to move it along.
Okay, at this time, I would like to take this opportunity and kind of walk y'all through some of the options we have for the upcoming school year 2019-2020. I know the board met last week. I could not attend. I was out of town receiving some mandatory training. This particular slide you actually saw on last week, but I've updated it. If you take a look at where it's got the JSO contract under the 2018-2019 column, you see that number on there is $1,344,864 is the total amount that we have paid the Jacksonville Sheriff Office in reference to them staff in our elementary schools as of 6/5/2019. We will be receiving one additional invoice that would actually close out the year. So we'll be receiving an invoice, and that invoice is only going to cover 1 week, and there was only 2 schools that was covered. It was AMI and the Page Center for Girls, because we know they go to school a lot longer than our other schools. But when that was brought to my attention, I immediately assigned 2 of my officers to cover those schools, so we no longer will be paying JSO for the rest of the summer to be at those 2 particular schools. So when you look at that number, we've already spent $1,344,864. And then you look at the upcoming budget year, what's allocated is $1,122,313. And again, that's based on if we was paying JSO the rate that we agreed to for last school year, which was $17.15 an hour. And that's also taken into consideration if we move to a 4th option that is now in Senate Bill 7030, that is to utilize armed security guards. So that's what I will be talking to you about today. But when you look at that $1,344,864 that we paid JSO, you got to remember for the new board members that when we first started the school year, JSO, they started out staffing about 91 of our schools. So throughout the school year 2018-2019, I had a total of 4 school safety assistance classes. They're not staffing 91, but they're staffing still over half of our schools today. So with that, that's why that number is, when you look at the 2019-2020 number, that number is less than what we've already paid, because when we started the year, JSO was started, they had staff over 91 schools last year. So that's why the number is reflected in the budget. So again, when you look at what's required under Senate Bill 7030 and Senate Bill 7026, we had 3 options last year. We could establish, have a school resource officer assigned to one of our schools, and what that means is that we work with the Jacksonville Sheriff Office. So everybody that is a member of the Jacksonville Sheriff Office, those individuals are referred to as school resource officer. But if a school district have their own school police department like we do here, then my officers are now referred to as school safety officers. And the 3rd option we had was to establish school guardian. And if you remember, Dr. Willis at the time and the present school board, they determined they did not want to arm teachers. So what that left me to do was create a whole new position that became known as our school safety assistant. So the school safety assistant falls up under the school guardian. Now fast forward to Senate Bill 7030, it gave us one additional option, and that option is school security guard. That school districts can now contract with security agency. That option did not exist last year, but it does exist this year going forward. So let's talk about school security guards. First of all, they must possess a Class D and a Class G license. A Class G is what gives them the ability to be armed. So to get the Class D license, they're only required to have 40 hours of professional training. So these are the security guards that do not have firearms. If they have a firearm, they have to get the Class G license, which they must receive another 28 hours of training. And these individuals, in addition to having that 68 total hours of training, they will also have to go through the same training that our school safety assistants go through. For example, that 144 hours, they go through 104 hours of firearms training. They get another 8 hours of training in defensive tactics, another 8 hours training in active shooter training, 12 hours in diversity training, and then another 12 hours in legal issues. So these same individuals have to go through that same 144 hours of training. In addition to that, they must pass a psychological evaluation, they must pass initial drug tests and be subject to random drug tests. They must complete ongoing training, weapons inspection, and firearm requalification on at least an annual basis. All school safety assistants have to meet those same requirements as well, so it's no different. Other than these individuals, they must have a Class D and a Class G license. But the biggest difference with having a school security guard versus having a school safety assistant, the school security guards, they will open carry their firearm. The way I carry my firearm is considered open carry. Our school safety assistants, they carry their weapons concealed. So I want to make sure everybody understand that. If we go to the school security guard, they will openly carry their weapons just like every other officer that's employed by my agency at this time.
And the JSO officers that are on campus now also.
Open carry, yes ma'am, they are. Okay?
Quick question, how do they conceal if they're safety assistants? What are the methods?
They actually wear vests.
A vest,
We got a vest. Okay, these are the classes that we got scheduled for the remainder of the year. We got a class starting July the 8th, and we have another class starting October the 28th, and we have a class starting December the 2nd. If we went the route of a school security guard, if y'all gave me permission to start exploring that option today, I would still need, it'll still be 3.5 months before I can get them in a class. The class they would make it for will be December the 2nd, and they won't start their assignments at the school until January the 14th. There's no way to speed up that process. It's about a 3.5 month process when you get to the contract. Contract has got to come before the board. So that's at least a 3.5 months process to be able to pull that out. And what we'll do is that we have to do an RFP, request for proposal. Take about 2 weeks to get that document drafted and then send it out. And I've been told by the procurement about a 3-month process to be able to do that. I think.
To the chair.
Yeah.
Now, the school safety assistants, this is the class you have set up for school safety assistants.
Yes, so those individuals, through the chair to Mr. Jones, if we went to the armed security guard, these individuals will be put in the class with the school safety assistant. Yes,
so you still would be doing the training?
Yes, I'll still be doing the training, yes.
Okay, I thought they already had the training.
No, these individuals will not have that 144-hour training. So
Is that required by the statute?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. In Senate Bill 730, yes. So that will definitely delay us.
Wait, but we contract with somebody, and then we still have to train them?
Yes, they still got to go through the 144-hour training.
They find the people, right?
Yes.
They're recruiting them versus us.
Yes.
Staffing agency.
Yeah, staffing.
I thought they already came with their.
No. When you look at it,
So you still would, so bottom line, you still would have the JSO covering us till January.
Yeah. There's no way to get around that. When you look at the timeline, basically from August the 12th through December the 5th, 2019, we only have one option: is that we have to continue to utilize GSO. They have to continue to be in our school. And when you look at the timeline between January the 14th through May the 29th, we got an option. Option is to continue to use JSO, or we can, use a combination of JSO officers and armed security guards. That's the options we have. But again, remember in my budget only got about 1.2 million to cover either JSO or armed security guard. If we choose any options that I'm getting ready to present above that, then that money is not in my budget. I want to make sure everybody understands that. And again,
I'll repeat it. It is not in your budget.
Okay.
Or anywhere else.
It's not in the budget, and like I said, I've had a conversation with JSO about the rate, but again, I'll have to have continued conversation with the mayor's office because right now the average rate for a JSO officer working off duty is $55 an hour. $55 an hour. And last year we was able to get that service at $17.15. Look at this next chart here, just for 80-day comparison. 2018-19, paying the rate of $17.15. It would cost $514,500, and then fast forward to 2019-20, you see the difference. $1,650,000 if we had to pay that overtime rate of $55 an hour. And you're looking at a difference of $1,135,500.
So are you saying that we are not going to be able to get JSO for that rate that we had them this year?
What I'm saying is that I've had a conversation with JSO, but we must, as a district, have a conversation with the mayor's office, because ultimately, JSO, they provide the worker bees, and what happened is that last year is that the difference is that whatever their overtime rate was, we paid $17.50, and that difference last year, the mayor's office made the JSO hold in their budget, so they gave them the difference.
And that was an emergency situation because that legislation came out.
Yes.
We were in a pinch, and
yes,
they were helping, and that helpfulness was for a year.
Yes,
it was not an ongoing helpfulness, and I have had a conversation with the sheriff, and I'm pretty sure that they want the higher rate than the $17 an hour.
Didn't I see somewhere though that we were willing to sort of meet somewhere? It's like going to be a $25 an hour rate. Is that?
That was for the security guards. That's where you heard that $25.
That might be on the next slide.
Through the chair, so the JSO ate that cost, like basically.
Yes, they did.
They
from
covered
$55 an hour, we paid them $17.15, and JSO, there was a difference, and the mayor's office gave JSO the difference to make them hold in their budget.
That was a partnership for a year.
Yes.
Very nice.
Yes.
I guess embedded in that $55 per hour is the cost of the vehicle.
No, sir. That's just the off-duty rate. That's the overtime rate. It does not include the vehicles.
I thought it did.
No, it don't include the vehicles. I mean, because
that's why they went up, because they were putting wear and tear on the vehicles, doing their part-time jobs, and the sheriff's office gets a portion of that $55.
No, this is different, through the chair, Mr. Jones. This is different than they are working, like if they work in a nightclub. Right. This is a different type job. This is based on time and a half. They get paid, this is their overtime rate. And the overtime rate is different depending on the number of years you have on. So that's why I'm using an average. So if you got an officer that got 2 years on, then his overtime rate may be only $45 an hour. But if I got another officer who's been on for 20 years, his overtime rate is about $65. So I'm doing an average, and again, I got this information from JSO.
Okay. No, I thought, I guess the rate is higher for Winn-Dixie then, because they charge.
Yeah, because they have to pay an administrative fee in addition to the other stuff.
I thought they were getting that in this.
No, sir.
Winn-Dixie. Yeah, in an off-duty job.
Oh, you're talking about when you go to the grocery store?
Yeah, you have We have an off-duty officer
I know,
somewhere.
Like after church.
No, in church.
Right, we got it.
Okay, let me go ahead and move to the next option, move to the next slide. When you look at our costs from December the 6th through May the 29th, I gave you the cost, if you remember, for 80 days. So that 80 days, if we had to pay JSO the full amount, that's basically $1,650,000. Now, for the next 100 days, now add another $2 million on that number. Another $2 million. So altogether, if we just use JSO for the whole year and we paid them their average overtime rate of $55 per officer, you're looking at roughly $3.7 million. $3.7 million. And Dr. Green will have me remind y'all here again that money is not in my budget. I don't have that much in the budget. So I want to say that again. Now, option three is a combination of using JSO officers and armed security guards. But again, those armed security guards, if I started today working on that, they would not be able to start until January 14th. So that's why that cost is a little bit different. But again, it's still going to include the $1,650,000 that we got to pay JSO for those first 80 days. Okay. And I know there was a question last time about what my staffing currently look. When I look at my school safety officer, I'm allocated 75 total, 75 position. At this time, I currently have 8 vacant positions. When I finished school, I only had 2 vacant positions, but I think I lost 5 officers. They went down to Clay County, and 1 officer decided to do something else.
They got a raise there, didn't they?
Yes, they did. So I got 8 vacant positions, but the thing is, I do have 20 individuals that's processing for these positions. When you look at my salaries and benefits costs, again, these are 10-month employees. These are not individuals that I'm looking at bringing on working 12 months. So 10 months, they only work 206 days a year. So I mean, they off like teachers for 2 months. So there's a cost savings by doing that. Having also work 10 months instead of having 12 months. The biggest cost is the equipment and the vehicle costs. So for me to bring on 1 additional officer above my allocated position, we're looking at roughly $82,475 to be able to do that. And one of the questions that was posed to me is that if I could bring on additional staffing and keep our current school safety assistants in place, how many years would it take me to be able to fill all 105 positions that I need? And to be able to do that, I need to be able to do that in a 3-year process. 1 year with an average of 20 new school safety officers. And for every 10 officers, we will be adding 1 additional sergeant because in law enforcement, we try to keep a span of control, the 1 supervisor to 10 officers. So that's why the 2 sergeants will be needed. So to add 20 new officers, 2 sergeants to my staff, the cost is roughly $1,852,450 to add 20. But again, this is a cost that if we want to do this, we will have to do this 3 consecutive years to get me fully staffed, along with
really
keeping
like
our school safety assistants.
So it's really closer to like $6 million to get an SSO at every school.
Yes.
Well, when we were going through the legislation about a year ago, or I think it was last year, and it was the intent of the board at that time, preferred by the board, to do the school safety officer.
Yes, ma'am.
But we were forced to make a decision, and I think particularly with legislation that's come out recently where we can arm teachers now, and based upon a meeting that Vice Chair Jones and I were at, I think it was last summer, where we heard from a state legislator, Yeah, I sense that part of arming teachers is I'm fearful that it's going to be, well, it's the cheaper way to go. So that's what we do, and so having the school safety officer is more of the Cadillac plan, which, as Senator Bradley referred to it last summer. But that was a commitment that I know the previous board felt like was important, was to make sure that those people armed. And I just wanted to share that background a little bit. And that was the commitment of the previous board to try and move in that direction. We're well aware of the cost anyway.
Okay. Now fast forward. These are the four options here. If we use JSO officers for the upcoming school year, 2019-2020, and if we had to pay them that average overtime rate of $55, then that's going to cost roughly $3.7 million. 3.7. Option two is that if I added 20 new officers and only use JSO to supplement my staff numbers for the whole year, then that number is roughly $4 million. $4 million to do that. Option three is that combination that I talked to you about, is that JSO, and then once we get the armed security guards on board on January the 14th, that cost is roughly $3 million. And then last but not least is a combination where we continue to use JSO, and then once we get to January 14th, and that's bringing on 20 additional school safety officers within my department. And then when the armed security guards are available, we would then no longer need the service of JSO at that point. No longer need the service of JSO, but you look at that cost, is almost identical to option number one. Option number one. Any questions about those four options?
Explain option 4 again. Now you have JSO.
Yes. Okay. Through the chair to Board Member Jones, JSO will work from August the 12th through January the 14th.
Right.
I will no longer need their services, because then I will bring on my 20 new officers, and I will bring on the difference in armed security guards. So I will no longer need JSO at the $55 rate.
The difference, though, with option 4 is that we're building our own police force.
Yes.
So that this is a building process over, it's like a 3-year commitment to get us to the level that we need to be to fully staff.
Yes, that's correct.
With our own police department.
Yeah, and just got to realize is that that's going to be a 3-year cost.
Right.
That's a 3-year build-up. I'm Dr. Green.
Oh, no, but I have to do that.
Okay.
You don't have
To the chair, to the board. Director Edwards knows I support the police department. But he also understands that I have talked to the organization that is the police
FOP.
Yeah, FOP.
Fraternal Order Police.
And the constant balance that we have to work is that our teachers, our beginning teacher salary is not at $40,000. And our number one mission as a school district is teaching and learning, and we want our children to be safe. But those costs have to come from somewhere. It's not like we have this, we will be pulling from something else to get to the level of having a school safety officer at every single school. And I just feel obligated to share that with you. That whatever direction that the board wants to take, if we're moving towards the school safety officers, it will impact the budget. And Ms. Bagley is here, so she can back me up. That you just have to continue to keep that.
So are you saying indirectly that if the goal of this current board is to address teacher salary, at some point it's going to be difficult to do that and look at increases while doing this at the same time? Like we kind of have to pick one or the other.
Or something. We will have to go somewhere to say, we choose to change this, or we're going to not provide this service anymore because we want to do this.
Right.
Or, teacher salaries. And at the same time, I believe Director Edwards is presenting this at their current salary. This isn't as if we gave a raise.
It's like that's correct.
After
It's
they
a
work.
current salary.
This is their current salary.
So maybe I'm missing something, but we have 4 options here. They are all, option 2 and 3 have $1 million difference, right? But there's within $1 million range. It's not an option for us to stay at our current spending. It's going to increase.
Right, because we're increasing in
$2 million. So we have to make these, we're gonna have to make those decisions no matter what.
When you go back to this one here, when you look at 2019, 2020, again, when you look at that number is based on a combination of JSO and armed security guards. But again, that's also based on a rate of not $55 an hour. That's about $17.15. So there's still got to be some negotiation needs to be done. So those higher numbers can be reduced, but I'm kind of like Ms. Hershey. That was like a one-time agreement. So
Sure.
I'll be using all my
So it's going up.
negotiations.
It's going up no matter what.
Yes.
So we're going to have to make tough decisions to make cuts elsewhere to accommodate this, no matter which option we choose. There's not an option that keeps us in the same place.
I'm trying to make sure.
Well,
is somebody talking behind me? Oh, okay.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
I would have to say no. That's not technically. We
I
built
understand.
in month because we didn't know whether we were doing JSO, and I think Director Edward, we had the conversation. You need to build a budget as if we're not getting our $17.15 deal.
Mm-hmm.
So part of that budget was built to say we have to ensure that we have money if we can't continue with JSO. Not can't continue, we have to continue with JSO.
Right.
But at the same time, it was also built that, remember he showed the 3 classes? You're still adding school safety assistants. So you're still adding take away, out, take away. What he's showing you about the school safety officers is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's actually going to be over and above. And that's what I'm saying. That would be even more money that we would need to locate and.
So those options here
are.
There's not a difference there. It's not like a $2 million difference. That's on top of what we're already spending.
The option 1, and then the Director Evans, I'm so sorry. I should have waited till it was completely over.
Option 1, Dr. Green, is that we will subtract what y'all have budgeted in there, which is the 1.2, will actually come out of that. So whatever the difference, that's 2.5. So whatever those numbers that you see, subtract 1.2 million from that, and everything else is above that.
Yeah, it's above
Everything
that.
is above that.
So even though he says option 1 JSO officers, it will reduce because the goal is you keep hiring safety assistants to take them off. But you have to budget worst case scenario.
Right, sure.
Let's just pretend we can't find another single soul to take the schools, or we actually, heaven forbid, lose school safety assistants. And now we have to replace them with JSO. So, but the cost of JSO is reduces over time.
Right.
The cost for school safety officers increase over time.
Right.
And that is what I'm saying. At some point, that continued increase is we're going to have a hard time figuring out if the goal is to improve our teacher salaries or do that, or the goal is that we want to get to a point where when we do budget, it's about looking at these priorities and how we just become a better school district. Right now, what we do with budget is, here are the priorities, and we got everything else just covered to stay status quo. So all I'm saying is, if you choose school safety officers, at some point, we will have to come to you and say, what do you find to be your priority? And we have to just know that would come. Even, more and more of our state funding comes down in categories. Right. Just like we had an item here that we were told that's how much money. The flexibility of those dollars kind of is just not as flexible as it. Even under safe schools, we're not paid. That is not fully funded.
No, right. Well, and that was intentional. I know we were at that meeting, and many of us spent some time at City Hall yesterday. And unlike our neighbor to the west that did a millage increase, I think about a year ago, to help do school safety, we don't have that, and we also see how difficult it is even to get something on the ballot for people to decide here. So, it's important for us to remember that we're competing with every other school district in the state of Florida, and as you mentioned, we've had some that have had it west because of what they're able to pay, because they do have that millage increase where they're able to use those dollars for operational expenses specifically for school safety. So we're in a tough place now. But do you think that option one, if we did not grow our school safety officers, is what chance that that's going to be an ongoing?
Ms. Hershey, you don't know it, but we have a meeting scheduled.
Okay.
I just told today. We have a meeting to go have a conversation about that.
Okay, because they might even want more money, or we don't know. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I have to scoot out.
Okay.
So I have two quick questions.
Okay.
I'm concerned a little bit about how we're projecting the number for armed security guards, since we don't really know the cost of that. And we haven't gone out to RFP. There's going to be some associated costs. I'm sure there's going to be an overhead fee. They'll have to pay them. Would they then be employed by the security firm? I assume they wouldn't be employed by us, but do we provide all of the equipment? I mean, those kinds of details I'm just unsure about, so I wonder whether or not there's going to be an additional cost associated with that route.
Well, through the chair, Ms. Anderson, one of the things I can share you, the projection I use for the security guards is actually higher than school districts that's very close to us. They paying about $20, so I projected a little bit higher, and that cost is spelled out. And again, the security company, they will provide the uniform as well as the firearms, so we won't have to pay that cost. But then they are required to have supervisors as well. So I've looked at the cost, and I think the figure I'm using from them is probably right in line with probably what we will end up paying.
And a security guard would have the same job description as a safety assistant, where they would be responsible just for monitoring the perimeter. They would not have interaction with children.
No, they will have the same duties as our school safety assistant. They're not to have, school safety assistant. They're not to have, they're there for the security of the school and not to be involved in misbehavior and conduct, things like that of our students.
Do you know what the hourly rate is for our safety officers, our resource officers? I know you gave us an annual. What is the hourly comparison look like?
Okay, you talk about the officers
Your
that's
staff,
employed. Okay, starting salary is $17.10 an hour.
For our officers?
Yes.
For the school safety assistants.
No,
For
she's a school safety
For our
officer.
officers, or SROs.
For SRO.
Yes, the $17.10 is their salary.
Okay, I thought it was higher.
And then my last thought, and then I'm going to scoot, as we decide on these options, just for the record, I think I would probably be pro option 4, since I have to scoot, but how will we decide who goes where? You know, which schools get police officers, which schools get JSO, which schools get armed security guards. Oh,
Yes. Okay, that's the protocol that I use for the school safety assistance assignment. Is basically based on board policies 5.22. If we have a school safety assistant and have a child in the school, then they're given priority to go to that particular school, and then the remaining assignments is based on those guidelines there. What I do is I work with the chief of schools as well as the region superintendents of the elementary school as well as the turnaround region, and they kind of give me a list of how I need to assign the school, and that's how I do it. And that's why I assigned the school safety assistant, and JSO will then backfill the remaining schools that's open.
I think as we move forward, I think that this is great. Discipline and neighborhood climate, I think is great. I would like to see at some point, because I think we could probably operate with a hybrid, probably for a while, for some time, depending on that data. But looking at those behavioral threat assessment teams, because I would imagine that some of the behaviors or concerning presentation of some students and some children may not necessarily correlate to discipline data, because sometimes we have these people that float under the radar, that are introverted, that aren't acting out. We don't have a high number of referrals, and yet those children are still concerns, and again may not necessarily be a reflection of the neighborhood where they live. So just kind of keeping that in mind that we're looking at the threat assessment data as well.
Dr. Green, you were going to say something?
Yes, here is the recommendation I would make to the board, because it doesn't require any action, that you allow Director Edwards to do the RFP. It doesn't mean you have to actually implement the RFP, but it does, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
You said to me.
We had a sidebar through the chair to the board. There's a lot of flexibility in procurement, ranging from how you design. It could be a source of supply, and you get companies and their pricing. You can write it in a way that will let you know if we need you. It could also ranging all the way to we've closed it out and it's unawarded, for any particular reason. So there's flexibility in the design. If you do put it out and including, after looking at everything, sorry, unawarded.
And we move forward with JSO. We're going to meet with the mayor's office, and they can start at the beginning. We already have safety assistance. The classes have already been set up for continue using safety assistance, and therefore once we get the information back, we can come back and do another presentation and direct Edwards, so that there's no pressure. Well, do we have to
Does this board need to give the okay for him to do the RFP, or is that something that he can do?
He can do on his.
Okay.
I just felt verbally saying
Right.
that would help. The first day of school, either it's going to be JSO or our current school safety assistants at elementaries, and our
January.
yeah, right. So we think we have a plan, but we did want to bring it back, and I think more conversation has to be had if the board wants to go eventually work up to having school safety officers at all schools. And 3 years is very ambitious. Director Edwards, we said we're gonna have safety assistants.
I thought we were going to have
last year.
I thought they were going to have them at the start of school last year. That was my promise that I remember.
Board chair. I've actually hired 93, but all 93 of them passed the firearms training. So
I know. We've been hiring a lot, and then they just don't make it.
They just don't make it.
They don't make it through the entire process.
Yeah, I said.
You need to go train them.
They have to qualify out of the short film, which is higher than the office.
So, thank you through the chair, Dr. Green. I would like to, I don't know what that conversation looks like when you're having it with the mayor's office and with JSO, but I would be really interested in considering some maybe other options, if we can at least have some conversation with them about stop stations at schools and substations, or at least talk to them about you know, what do you think that looks like? Is that a good idea, trying to work with the city to maybe get more JSO officers at our schools just to have them there? And then I wanted to also, can we do that, first of all?
I think too, we have had substations before, they've been closed, the one by Wilson was closed, so I think that we have to understand
I mean, but that's, JSO, they end up moving to a different location. They had outgrew that particular area, and that particular substation is now getting ready to be out to the police annex. So I'm getting ready to move staff into that particular location.
Okay.
But I don't know if that meets the requirements of Stoneman Douglas to have it.
No.
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
And neither, and stop station wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Because they're just in and out. You gotta
Right.
have somebody there for the entire time.
Oh, yeah, somebody's gotta be there from bell to bell.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then in that, presentation, there was a line item for equipment and vehicle.
Yes,
So I know our SROs have a vehicle.
yes.
Our school safety assistants don't have vehicles.
They don't have vehicles.
So why would we put that item, why would we include that funding if the school safety assistant, or if the requirement is just to have someone armed on campus? Why would we put that in the budget?
I mean, because those are school safety officers, those are sworn officers. And that's one of the perks that I use when I'm out recruiting people, is that you do have a take-home vehicle. And again, that's not for the school safety assistant, but what we're talking about, expanding it to make school safety officers, those are sworn officers. And that's one of the recruitment items that I use to encourage them to come be a part of the agency, is the ability to have a take-home vehicle. Because if not, then you got the have and have-nots. I got some officers that got vehicles, and then the new officers don't have vehicles. And all that's going to do is create more issues for me than not.
And we are competing with other districts too.
Yes, we are.
And our pay is not equal to some of our surrounding districts. Thank you.
Okay.
So it's about 1:30, and we still have, we were supposed to meet on Monday with the master facility plan. I had shared earlier that Dr. Green and I need to be somewhere in a little bit, and it would be beneficial if we could wrap up as close to 1:30 as possible. I know it's that time now. We could go a little bit later, but I don't want to push that time for preparation. So what is the, go ahead.
Madam Chair, we do have Mr. Wilder here, who is our financial advisor, who was here with us, who was at City Hall.
They never called on yesterday?
Yes, ma'am. And since he's here, he does, it's only 4 slides, if that, 4 or 5 slides. If he could just speak, because I think he's leading.
Okay. Is that okay with everyone?
Came up from Orlando twice.
Thank you.
Finance officers meeting, he's here.
Thank you for being here. I will say that we are going to be meeting on Monday to discuss the master plan, and even though the city council has decided to defer, which is interesting because there is a state statute that says when the board asks that a county commission will put it on the ballot, and we've seen other counties around the state do that, that I think that we should continue with our plan, and if it is one of those things that ends up on a shelf somewhere, we can be proud of the fact that this is a board that is not only willing to bring a master plan, but willing to find a revenue stream. And we did ask it for it to go to the voters, and that now rests on the shoulders of the city council, if they will let the people vote and decide, which is the only thing that we ask. them to do, is to put it on the ballot.
Quickly before this happens, so for informational purposes, now that it went through the committees, what happens on Tuesday? Nothing? Happens on Tuesday?
It did come out of committee, so it will not be voted on. They deferred it, so the intent is for it to be picked up by the new council, and that will be in their time. Is that my understanding?
Up to the new council when they want to pick it up.
Yeah, when they want to pick it up.
The next council meeting is this coming Tuesday. Some people may go down and just speak to public comment, there's no public hearing. Then July the 23rd is the next council meeting with the new council.
But we don't know when they're gonna pick it up again, and it's gotta move out of rules. I will say that I do appreciate, City Councilwoman, Joyce Morgan for bringing the amendment to the bill that actually made it out of finance in a 7-0 vote. That was very exciting. The Rules Committee acted differently, and so right now, our job is to continue doing what we were doing, and we only ask that it be on the ballot and that people decide, and right now, the city council has decided that it cannot go to the ballot for the people to vote. So, go ahead.
Doc, did you have something?
We're good.
Okay. Sure?
Yes. I was confused, so.
Good afternoon, Brent Wilder, PFM Financial Advisors. We are privileged to serve as the financial advisor, or the other term people use is a municipal advisor for the school district. We prepared some information in anticipation of questions we might receive yesterday, and wanted to give the board the benefit of this information, since I think there are some misperceptions perhaps that may be circulating in City Hall about how you're going about this. So just to give you some comfort, the first slide that we put together, based on the plan, is the current preliminary plan is being discussed and proposed by the superintendent and team. The only debt issue currently being contemplated is the initial issue of $500 million. And what we provided in the bar graph is what that would look like over a 15-year term. So you're looking at just over $40 million a year in debt service. And the lines above are different, we understand, different base year revenue estimates that people are using for planning purposes. There's an $80 million scenario, there's a $96 million scenario, and the top one, which is an odd number, of $106 million. That's the number we pulled from the state of Florida local, I think they call it the Local Government Handbook. It's a publication that comes out each year, each September, and that is their estimate of what a half-cent sales surtax would be in Duval County for the current year. So that's why we use the $106 million. The point of this is, regardless of what revenue you want to assume, you have over twice the amount of revenues coming in that you need for debt service going out. So that is extremely prudent. I'm not sure, again, that the source of some discussions about whether or not we'd be borrowing too much money under the current plan or not, but just to give you comfort that from our perspective, this would at least be a very high A-rated bond. We just completed for Polk Schools a sales tax bond that was rated AA- with similar characteristics. So that is very high credit quality, nothing risky about that in our opinion. And then the next few pages are in anticipation of, depending on the base year you assume, how much sales tax revenues will be generated to go towards projects. So the summary on the right by year is you have the initial issue that would generate $500 million, and then the first page being, if it's $80 million base, after you pay debt service, that would leave $38 million. Year one, you can see for the remaining year, so that gives you just under $1.3 billion of proceeds. The second scenario on page 4, that was the $96 million scenario. That would produce, again, this is a 2% compounded growth, which is a fairly conservative growth assumption, $1.5 billion. And then using the $106 million base year scenario, that gets you over to $1.7 billion. In case they're interested, we did run the analysis, what happens if we take this last scenario base year and ran it at 3% versus 2%, just to show you how sensitive it is to growth rates. That gets you just under 1.9 billion. So no one can control what's going to happen with sales tax revenues. It's not like a millage that you can kind of set it and know it's going to be this times the taxable value. It's sales tax revenues come in as people spend money on taxable items. Absolutely nothing you can do to control that. All you can do is plan based on certain assumptions. So that was it. Just wanted to have brief comments and open to questions you may have about this or your finances in general.
Any questions or comments
Yeah,
about
was there anything else?
financial outlook?
Questions.
Yes.
Through the chair. I mean, one of the statements that folks said was that you only have up to $500 million covered, but then you have a couple scenarios that could take us to 1.2, 1.7. Can you walk me through that just so I have clarity on that? That's
sure.
That's based on taking the bond out to outward years.
Yeah, so all of these assume the same debt service that's on page 2. So we're assuming that the sales tax starts, at the time we prepared this, we were hopeful that it was approved in November of 19. So this assumes the tax starts January 1st of 20. And for the accountants in the room, this is more of an accrual method because there's a 90-day period if you actually don't receive the money, and then after the sales tax expires, you continue to get the monies in for another 3 months. So we just, for simplicity, we've done it on a 12-month basis. So this assumes that you're paying debt service over the 15-year life. That is taken off the top, if you will. So you start with whether it's 80 million, 96 million, or 106 million. Debt service comes off the top, and then the numbers in the column are the remaining sales tax proceeds after debt service to go towards projects. So it's assuming that you have the annual amounts plus the initial 500 million that you got from the bond proceeds. That's how we arrive at the 1.2, the 1.5, or the 1.7 billion.
Got it.
Is that helpful?
It is.
Okay.
So, just through the chair to Board Member Willie, if you looked at the second one, the one that's at 96 million, that's page 4. You'll see the total proceeds over that period would be 1.5, but you also see the $500 million bond. That means that the 1.9 billion, it's saying that you could cover
Right.
all of those projects
Right.
if the sales tax was coming in at 96 million straight for me.
Got it.
So even the one that says 80, that would bring us at 1.7.
It's inclusive.
Oh,
of the
okay,
500.
okay,
It is
sorry,
inclusive of the 500.
So the recommendation was an initial, saying initially you need to bond 500 million. And that, if you go back to the donut, that was so that projects could start in every district at the same time. That was the reason we suggested you initially need to bond 500 million.
Right. The question, the argument was that we don't have numbers that add to 1.9, and we're assuming we don't need to go to. I mean, why wouldn't we have a projection that gets us to 1.9 if that was our?
Well, I would say because we are projecting, the plan projects actually what you need.
Right.
So the plan isn't, well, now if I only have 1.7, let me tell you what, I guess they said above the line, below the line. We simply presented your master's facilities plan is based on this is actually what our facilities need. Whether you have the money or not, these are still our needs.
Right.
So in the end, if I'm trying to think of a school that just Sandalwood. If we don't have the money, they still need a building that has 32 or by the time it gets there, it's probably a classroom. Now you need you need 2 buildings because we've not addressed this. There are savings that we can't project because right now we're saying such and such buildings have FCIs that are so high, we'll have to continue. But the longer they sit, the longer we can't say, well, because we're building a new school 5 years from now, we won't touch that. We won't touch that school. We can't say that. We have to address this issue. So the quicker you can get things done, you might be removing cost avoidance. Therefore, you have other dollars in capital that can address some of these projects in the plan. And that was the point. I don't know what iteration I shared that, whether it was Gaffney's meeting or I shared. We have capital dollars that we can that we would put towards this to try to get these projects done.
And that's the answer that I was looking for. That's the clarity that I was talking. So it's this plus whatever we already have. So this is actually.
And I think what separates us from every other district is that our facilities are so old.
Yeah.
You know, other school districts was getting ahead of trying to.
Yeah.
Hey, we're growing and we got to get ahead of the curve. We're not even trying to. We address growth in 2 districts. Now,
catch up to the curve.
We are trying to address. We got to try to keep what we have, and what we have is in very poor condition in some, not every school, but in many of our schools. The age, our plan is addressing those issues.
Thank you for your time and work and insight, and for that to be talked about so much yesterday. I am disappointed they did not call on your expertise, but that was probably intentional.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time. Is it okay with everyone if we continue the conversation about the master plan on Monday, or it's 1:30, we've gone an hour and a half over our allotted time. Okay, then do I need a motion to adjourn?
Move adjourn.
It's been by Vice Chair Jones and seconded by Board Member Willie. We are adjourned. Dr. Green, when you pick up that pen, I feel like we're in church.
This was a gift.
My wife gave it.
Yes. Somebody saw me pen with a. And then we're saying,
I told you.